If you ask someone to name the strongest job class in a fantasy setting, they usually guess a hero or a sage. They almost never guess an appraiser. Yet here we see high schooler Hibiki standing confident in a chaotic battlefield. He directs his magic-wielding ally by reading enemy weaknesses off a hidden screen and warns his vanguard Claude about flanking threats using a world map. Drawing his own bow, he locks onto his target with absolute certainty, trusting a skill called Intellectual's Eyes to automatically correct his aim. But this legendary tactical display is actually a flash-forward. Hibiki does not start his journey as a master strategist. He starts it entirely helpless, trapped in the dirt. In reality, Hibiki is just an ordinary second-year high school student. Right now, he is exhausted, sweating through his uniform and wandering entirely alone through a blistering, endless plain of tall grass. He got here by accident. Running late on the last day of school, he opened his classroom door and a blinding light swallowed him whole. He woke up here. His cell phone has no signal, mocking him with zero signs of civilization anywhere. It has been 3 agonizing days. He managed to ration a couple of bread rolls, but as he shakes his plastic bottle, the grim reality sets in. He is completely out of water. Without modern technology, food, or hydration, his body is failing. If he cannot find a way to interact with this strange environment, he is going to die here. Suddenly, a sharp rustle breaks the silence. Poking out from the green stalks is the first sign of life he has seen in 3 days, a pair of fluffy white ears. Hibiki feels a massive wave of relief. His instincts tell him this is just a normal, docile rabbit, maybe even a potential food source. But the creature lunges forward with a terrifying burst of speed. A massive, brutal horn erupts from the beast's head, tearing straight through Hibiki's school bag as he scrambles backward in pure shock. Relying on the biology of his home planet is a fatal mistake. In this environment, even the most harmless-looking animals possess unnatural, lethal biology. As he falls back, a mechanical system voice echoes directly into his mind, and a translucent screen materializes in thin air, confirming the activation of Appraisal Level 1. The system instantly reads out the exact vitals of the beast. It identifies the creature as a Level 1 horned rabbit, mapping out its hit, magic, and skill points. But the screen also provides a crucial tactical detail. Aside from its massive horn, the rabbit has standard animal durability. Armed with this data, Hibiki forms a split-second plan. His ruined backpack is currently tangled on the creature's horn, blocking its vision. With the rabbit completely blinded, he winds up his leg and delivers a desperate, full-force kick to its exposed side. The heavy impact sends the monster flying into the dirt. A new window pops up above it, confirming its HP drops to 0. Hibiki has finally found his leverage in this world. With Appraisal, he can quantify the exact physical limits of a monster and exploit them before it has the chance to strike back. Catching his breath, Hibiki realizes he doesn't actually need to speak to trigger the skill. He silently focuses on his damaged backpack, and the system instantly identifies the polyester as an unknown material to this world. Eager to test the limits, he turns his focus outward. He tries to appraise the sky and the distant horizon, but the mechanical interface issues flat rejections. Then he aims the skill directly at the dirt beneath his feet. The system abruptly flashes a terrifying warning, identifying an entity called a Level 273 Maze Eater. A sudden, crushing aura bleeds up from the ground itself. Terrified by the unseen monster beneath him, Hibiki slowly backs away, pretending he saw nothing. The system provides clarity, but it also highlights his vulnerability. There are things moving beneath the surface that he is nowhere near ready to face. Desperate for answers, he pulls up his personal stat screen, revealing his unique title, Appraiser, Provisional. He notices his skill points are rapidly depleting. Doing the math, he discovers every use of his power permanently drains 3 points. He decides to test the other abilities on his sheet. He strikes a dramatic pose to activate an inherent skill called Intellectual's Eyes, and absolutely nothing happens. He slumps to the ground in total embarrassment. He moves on to the tutorial skill, hoping for an instruction manual. The system coldly informs him the tutorial is already running, yet it offers exactly zero helpful guidance. With his points running low, he makes one final calculated gamble. He scans his list of technical skills for anything that could act as an escape route from the featureless plains. He finds a potential path forward. Standing tall among the tall grass, he activates the world map to finally see where he actually is. This interface shows the world map skill materializing directly before Hibiki's eyes. After days of wandering aimlessly, he finally successfully activates the system, providing a brief moment of genuine relief. That relief turns to dread almost instantly. The map reveals he has been walking in circles for days, and the entire territory is bathed in a glaring, hostile crimson that suggests he is in a zone of extreme danger. This system window displays his newly acquired title, Wanderer from Another World. It is the final piece of evidence confirming he isn't just lost in Japan, he is no longer on Earth. His thoughts immediately drift to the classmates he left behind. If he arrived here by simply opening a door, he fears Daiki, Amane, and Kyoko are also stranded in this vast alien landscape. He resolves to move forward, following the direction of the horned rabbits he encountered earlier. He marches relentlessly, determined to escape the grassland and reunite with his friends. Hibiki's survival now depends on his ability to interpret these terrifying system notifications and convert that data into a decisive plan of action. Following the digital trail, he finally reaches the edge of the Sea of Green and steps onto solid, rocky earth. Panting but triumphant, he collapses onto the hard dirt road, too exhausted to take another step. Urgent. A low, vicious growl vibrates through the air, forcing Hibiki to roll over in terror. Looming over him is a massive, muscular canine beast, its jaws dripping with hungry saliva as it prepares to lunge. In this world, reaching a landmark like a road does not offer safety. It simply places a traveler directly in the path of more aggressive biological predators. An invisible force strikes the beast down before it can land. Standing on a nearby boulder is a striking elven archer. She holds a massive bow firmly, though Hibiki notices there is no physical arrow notched in the string. This notification box shows the automatic activation of Hibiki's translation skill. Her fluid, melodic tongue, identified by the system as Ectraldian, instantly shifts into perfect clarity in his mind. This text panel details Amalia's explanation of the Maze Eater. It is a magic beast that takes the form of land, using a skill called Endless Journey to make prey lose their way until they die of exhaustion. Hibiki only escaped because he was unaware that the ground itself was trying to digest him. His survival was a statistical anomaly caused by total ignorance of the monster's nature. This appraisal window displays Amalia's true stats. She is a level 21 spirit archer, and despite appearing to be in her 20s, she has already lived for 56 years. Because adults in this world average over 180 centimeters, Amalia mistakes the shorter 17-year-old Hibiki for a small child. She immediately pulls him into a tight maternal embrace, promising to protect him until they reach town. Amalia is now committed to guarding what she perceives as a helpless 7-year-old, unaware that she is actually protecting a high-value traveler from another world. Beside a crackling campfire, the two share a savory stew made from the horned rabbit Hibiki caught earlier, replacing their initial shock with cooperation. Exhausted by the day's near-death encounters, Hibiki falls into a peaceful sleep. Amalia gently drapes a heavy cloak over him, preparing her air alarm spells. This text bubble shows the specific prophecy that guided Amalia. Her spirit ear skill allowed her to hear a whisper from the gods. Something important will fall in the east. Analyzing his high-quality clothes and soft hands, Amalia concludes Hibiki is the individual the spirits foretold. Suddenly, an unfamiliar, distinct voice echoes in her mind, whispering, "Thank you for protecting him." This divine intervention suggests that Hibiki's arrival in this specific location was a destined meeting, orchestrated by forces monitoring his progress from another realm. Far away, a dark-skinned deity watches the campfire from his celestial throne. Though his efforts to prevent Hibiki's summoning failed, his backup plan is working. Separating the boy provided Hibiki a sword and shield to navigate the coming troubles. Hibiki's survival and his encounter with Amalia were not the result of mere luck. They were the intended outcomes of a divine promise made by the architect of his journey. For Hibiki, life is defined by the comfort of his bedroom, surrounded by manga and games. He has just received his ultimate birthday prize, a meticulously crafted, limited edition elf figurine. The gift came from a 25-year-old blonde woman he recently befriended, a connection that sends his best friend Daiki into a spiral of sheer jealousy. As the two argue, Hibiki gazes at the ceiling, wishing he could meet his own ideal elf waifu in the flesh. That mundane life vanishes the very next morning. Hibiki throws open his classroom door, only to be swallowed by a blinding, inescapable light. He wakes up to the cold night air and the crackle of a campfire. He's wrapped in a heavy overcoat that belongs to a stranger, and his smartphone, his last link to the modern world, shows a 4 a.m. timestamp with a dying battery. The modern world is gone. He is isolated in a starlit wilderness, forced to rely on the unknown person sleeping nearby to survive this environment. A sharp, fabric-tearing snap echoes through the camp. The strain on his savior's tight shirt finally gives out, causing the front buttons to burst open in the moonlight. Hibiki turns his head away in a panic, trying to maintain some level of respect as he realizes he is camping with a beautiful elf. As he averts his eyes, he spots something drifting through the dark. Tiny, glowing green lights are circling the perimeter of their camp like fireflies. Even in a moment of panic, the environment is active. Unseen magical elements are operating around him, requiring immediate investigation. Hibiki activates his appraisal skill to scan the lights. A system window identifies the magic as air alarm, a wind barrier cast by Amalia Steinbolt that triggers an alarm if an intruder is detected. He attempts to copy the spell using his level 0 grimoire skill. A pleasant confirmation tone chimes as the system registers level 2 wind magic directly into his technical skills. Hoping for answers, he activates his dictionary skill. Entering broader terms opens his class parameters, revealing a difficult reality. As a non-combatant, he'll never gain fighting abilities. Even learned combat skills drop in effectiveness by 60% compared to a combat class. With 0 offensive capabilities, even a basic horned rabbit is a lethal threat. He decides to follow Amalia, placing his life entirely in her hands. When Amalia wakes up, she is hit by the scandal of her own situation. A 56-year-old elf whose dream is clearing a dangerous dungeon. She's never made a friend, and now she's spent the night with an adult man. A sudden draft alerts her to a wardrobe malfunction. She gasps in horror, clutching her open shirt and praying Hibiki remained asleep throughout the night. During breakfast, she tries to maintain professional composure. She forces a bright, saintly smile while explaining that the town of Rowell is within walking distance. Hibiki shatters that composure instantly. He casually admits he watched the button pop off her shirt. The elf's embarrassed shove sends Hibiki flying. The level difference is so extreme that this single hit drops his health gauge from over 100 points down to just 8. Deep in the quiet woods, the elf Amalia glances back at Hibiki with a playful smile. She casually suggests he should use this opportunity to raise his level. Hibiki frantically shakes his head. As a non-combatant with virtually 0 equipment, he knows fighting in the wild is basically a death sentence. The playful mood suddenly shifts. Amalia pauses, her posture taking on an uncharacteristic shyness. Looking away, she hesitantly asks Hibiki if he actually has any friends. Hibiki gives a simple, slightly confused yes. Instantly, a heavy, crushing silence falls over Amalia. She stops dead in her tracks, completely misunderstanding his answer and assuming she's been rejected. Realizing he stepped on a conversational landmine, Hibiki waves his hands wildly to correct the catastrophic misunderstanding. He forcefully declares that no, they are friends. The dark cloud vanishes in a flash. Amalia absolutely blooms with a radiant aura of pure joy, thrilled to make her first friend in years. Hibiki just slowly inches away from her intense enthusiasm. Before they can dwell on the heartfelt moment, a sharp, violent beep rings in Hibiki's head. His invisible interface warns him something is rushing in from the northwest, about 80 meters out. Pointing into the underbrush, Hibiki pulls up his appraisal skill. It flags the incoming threat as a level 4 fool dog, a beast entirely lacking intelligence that charges straight at its prey. Amalia's demeanor turns entirely professional. She steps forward gracefully, raises her weapon toward the rushing threat, and pulls back the empty bowstring. Instead of knocking a physical arrow, she commands the wind. With absolute authority, she calls on the blessing of nature spirits, forming a massive, invisible blade of concentrated air right on the string. With a powerful whoosh, she lets go. The projectile strikes the beast head-on, annihilating it in a spectacular blast. Amalia doesn't need physical arrows. She just needs Hibiki to tell her exactly where to aim. A short while later, the adrenaline fades. They sit comfortably by a bubbling campfire, where Hibiki eagerly digs into a fresh bowl of horned rabbit stew. Amazed by how good it tastes, he casually compliments her cooking. He innocently assumes that someone with her skills must have been incredibly popular with the boys back in her hometown. The light instantly drains from Amalia's eyes. A terrifying, dark aura replaces her cheerful smile, as she angrily mutters into her bowl about how her stupid father completely ruined her love life. Hibiki freezes in sheer terror. He immediately realizes he stepped on another massive landmine, discovering that Amalia's past might be even more volatile than the forest itself. Fortunately, another sharp ping on Hibiki's radar cuts through the suffocating tension. Nearby, a pristine white rabbit with a glittering horn is cautiously sniffing the ground. Looking at his appraisal interface, Hibiki reads the creature's stats. This screen shows it's a level 10 crystal-horned rabbit. It's incredibly cowardly and lacks endurance, but it boasts immense speed to compensate. Amalia's eyes widen with pure capitalistic greed. She explains the rabbit's horn is a precious panacea material, easily fetching 200 gold coins. But there's a tactical problem. Hibiki points out the rabbit has a specific presence detection skill. If they take a single step closer, it will know they are there. Amalia smiles confidently. Raising her hands, she weaves wind and water magic together. A gentle breeze and a subtle aquatic hum wrap around their bodies, perfectly isolating both their scent and the sounds of their footsteps. At that exact moment, Hibiki's hidden grimoire skill activates. It automatically copies her advanced isolation magic into his own inventory. As Amalia demonstrates her magical prowess, Hibiki's technical dictionary expands with every spell she weaves. Under the cover of magical stealth, the duo creeps forward. Amalia praises his map system, noting its AAA rank rarity cuts the hunt's difficulty in half by instantly locating the beast. Hearing her mention adventurers, Hibiki pulls up his internal dictionary. This system interface defines the Adventurers Guild, confirming that an official ID grants the ability to freely travel between countries, exactly what he needs to find a way back home. Seeing an opening, Amalia blushes furiously. Her heart pounding, she hesitantly makes an offer to form an official party with him, suggesting he can rely on her combat skills while leveling up safely. Missing her romantic cues, Hibiki politely declines, explaining it feels wrong to drag others into his personal journey. Amalia's shoulders drop in a comical slump, her lifeline totally ignored. But she immediately snaps to attention, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Desperate to save face, she redirects all that emotional energy back into the hunt. She vows to secure that 200 gold bounty without breaking a sweat, fueled by a sudden, intense fighting spirit. The ambush is perfectly set. Amalia steps lightly beside a tree, fixes her eyes on the oblivious crystal-horned rabbit, and draws her bow taut. With absolute focus, she lets the string fly. The magical wind arrow is unleashed, tearing through the air with devastating speed directly toward the target. It strikes the ground with a massive, explosive impact, kicking up a huge cloud of dirt, grass, and wind magic. But as the dust settles, the spot is completely, undeniably empty. Hibiki gasps in pure shock. The rabbit dodged her best shot. Hibiki's radar pings wildly. In an instant, the rabbit has moved 500 meters away. Its level 6 escape skill is impossible to counter. Defeated, Amalia drops her bow, ready to give up, but Hibiki refuses to walk away. Staring intently at his flashing map, he calls out to Amalia with a confident smile. He's already tracking the rabbit's next move, finding a gap in its escape pattern that magic alone couldn't close. Deep in the forest, taking down a high-level target requires a precise division of labor. Emilia, an experienced elven archer, tightens her grip on her bow as she agrees to Hibiki's high-risk strategy. Hibiki's role in this hunt is to act as the primary lure. He walks into a clearing and lies flat on a large rock, leaving himself completely exposed to draw the monster into the open. The level difference defines how the target behaves. To a level 10 crystal rabbit, a level 1 human is an effortless kill, encouraging it to ignore the surrounding forest and focus entirely on the defenseless bait. Hibiki and Emilia have to leverage that arrogance. By keeping the creature's attention fixed on the obvious target, they can mask the presence of the sniper hidden in the brush. As the rabbit tenses its legs for a lethal strike, Hibiki funnels his magical energy upward. He casts Earth Wall at point-blank range, launching a solid slab of rock directly into the beast's face and breaking its momentum. The creature shrieks in sudden panic. In the exact fraction of a second the rabbit is stunned by the wall, Emilia strikes from the shadows, drawing her bowstring tight to unleash a localized hurricane. The escape ability has a specific limitation. It cannot be activated while the rabbit is locked into its own attack animation. By timing the wind blade for that exact window, Emilia ensures the hit connects with certainty. A massive gap in base stats is manageable through the exploitation of these precise windows. By synchronizing their skills with the monster's animations, they can neutralize a 10-to-1 level disadvantage. The smoke clears, leaving behind the only intact piece of the monster, its shimmering crystal horn, a highly valuable prize. This interface shows the massive wall of text that floods Hibiki's vision the moment the fight ends. His main level, job level, and technical skills like appraisal and world map all jump from level 1 to level 2. Emilia dealt the finishing blow, but the system relies on a party structure. Experience points are shared across the team, recognizing Hibiki's strategic planning and his physical risk as bait. Hibiki's lack of combat stats doesn't mean his growth is capped. By acting as the strategic catalyst in a party, he can siphon experience points and level up alongside much stronger allies. But the victory reveals a slight character flaw. Emilia's saintly persona vanishes as she cradles the horn, radiating an intense greed over its 200 gold coin bounty. Their focus on the ambush execution came with a heavy environmental cost. The day completely slipped away from them, and the bright blue sky is abruptly replaced by the deep black of night. Forced to camp out in the forest overnight, Emilia places the incredibly precious loot straight into Hibiki's hands, trusting him with the high-value spoils of their war. The next morning, a 1-hour walk brings them to the edge of civilization. Raoul is a massive fortress city, built with towering stone walls specifically to repel constant monster invasions. The armored guards at the portcullis demand formal ID and an entry fee of 3 silver coins, a harsh requirement for the penniless Hibiki. Emilia steps in to cover the entry cost, though her business sense ensures every silver piece will be deducted from Hibiki's eventual cut of the reward. To bypass his missing identification, the guards point him to a crystalline orb. Hibiki presses his palm to the surface, and because it emits no warning alarms, the guards clear him for entry. Civilization introduces its own set of hurdles. Inside the walls, the struggle moves away from wild beasts and toward the rigid demands of coin and state documentation. Stepping through the stone archway, Hibiki is immediately hit by the scale of a living, breathing medieval market, complete with horse-drawn carriages and cobblestone streets. His modern Japanese school uniform immediately makes him a target. The local townsfolk begin staring at the strange fabric, singling him out from the crowd. Catching the lingering looks, Emilia pulls out a heavy, dark overcoat and drapes it firmly over his shoulders to mask his otherworldly clothes. Integrating into the city requires more than just passing the gates. Hibiki's uniform remains a liability, and any slip in his disguise could expose his true nature to the entire market. As Hibiki and Emilia navigate the cobblestone streets of Roel, there's a slight point of contention. Hibiki is wearing a new disguise, a girl's cloak, and the fabric fits his small frame perfectly. Emilia, stubbornly crossing her arms, can only grumble about her own height. But Hibiki is entirely distracted by the checkpoint they just passed. He asks Amalia about the smooth, flawless orb used during their inspection. She casually drops a massive piece of lore. The orb is an appraisal stone, a magical artifact with a built-in appraisal function. This throws Hibiki for a loop. In this world, specific skills can actually be equipped onto inanimate objects like weapons, armor, or tools. The stone at the gate was actively appraising his background to check for a criminal history, meaning a simple rock just outclassed his own personal skill set. If tools can wield magic and skills on their own, Hibiki doesn't have to rely entirely on his weak physical stats. As long as he has the right magic tool in his hands, he might actually be able to fight and survive. Amalia immediately shatters that daydream. While effective, magic tools that house skills are incredibly difficult to craft, making them exceedingly rare and remarkably expensive. To give him a baseline, Amalia recalls window shopping a blazing sword. The price tag on that specific weapon was a staggering 180 gold coins. Hibiki needs to run the math. Amalia acts as an instructor, breaking down the local Suvar currency into 5 distinct coins. His translation skill maps the Suvar currency to Japanese yen. Irie is 10, copper 100, silver 1,000, gold 10,000, and platinum 100,000. The math sets in. Their crystal rabbit horn will net them around 2 million yen. Amalia goes entirely pale, utterly horrified that Hibiki has zero concept of the literal fortune he was casually hauling through a crowded marketplace. Hibiki's complete displacement from the world's economy is a serious liability. Without knowing the value of his own pockets, he has inadvertently turned himself into a massive, oblivious target. That economic reality makes their destination highly stressful. The Adventurers Guild looks like a pristine municipal office on the outside, but the entrance is flanked by massive, heavily scarred men carrying broadswords. Ignoring the terrifying onlookers, Hibiki steps right up to the reception desk. He drops any sense of fear, thoroughly distracted by Jewel, a stunning receptionist with fluffy animal ears. He smoothly introduces himself and begins earnestly complimenting her looks. A suffocating pressure suddenly fills the lobby. Amalia steps up to the desk, her expression turning incredibly rigid. Invisible sparks start flying as the two women lock into a fierce, intensely competitive staring contest over the new recruit. The surrounding crowd definitely notices. The rough, veteran adventurers lounging in the lobby begin glaring daggers at the back of Hibiki's head, entirely enraged that a scrawny kid is flirting with 2 local beauties at once. Hibiki's oblivious charm acts like a magnet for hostility. Within 2 minutes of entering the building, he has managed to anger a room full of heavily armored mercenaries and sparked a dangerous standoff between his own guide and the guild staff. The intense atmosphere fractures just slightly when they review his registration forms. Both Amalia and Jewel lean in, completely caught off guard by the fact that Hibiki is physically only 16 years old. Jewel quickly recovers her professional composure and places a blank metallic card on the desk. Hibiki presses his hand against it, and the metal emits a bright, warm glow, sealing his spiritual signature to the document and officially making him an adventurer. Before Jewel can even start the standard orientation, Amalia cuts her off. Leaning over the desk, she lowers her voice to an intense whisper, demanding a private reception room to sell a highly valuable material. The petty rivalry is instantly shelved. With a 2 million yen monster horn sitting in his bag and a room full of jealous mercenaries watching their every move, absolute secrecy is the only way they are walking out of the guild with their money. Jewel leads them to an office to conduct the transaction safely, but waiting behind the desk is Guildmaster Pals Dahlia, a mountain of a man. Instead of acting like a secretive veteran, Hibiki takes one look at his biceps and loses his mind. Finding an eager audience, Pals stands up and violently flexes, showing off his chiseled torso. 30 entire minutes pass. Pals ignores his duties to deliver an incredibly specific lecture on training back muscles, while Hibiki takes eager mental notes. Amalia and Jewel are left standing by the door in pure exhaustion. Hibiki's complete lack of focus has entirely derailed what was supposed to be a tense, secretive exchange of a small fortune. The 2 ignored beauties finally snap. A dark, heavy aura radiates from the back of the room as Amalia and Jewel simultaneously summon massive spheres of freezing water magic and hurl them directly at the men. The icy blast hits Pals right in the face, but he just shakes it off. Completely missing the point of the attack, he joyously invites Hibiki out for drinks to talk more about muscle training, and Hibiki enthusiastically agrees. Amalia's frustration shatters its limits. She roars an advanced spell, dropping a tidal wave of freezing water, a cold cascade that violently crushes Hibiki. But lying soaking wet, the system voice confirms his grimoire skill just successfully copied both level 2 water magic spells. Hibiki might be constantly distracted, socially unaware, and terrible at basic economics, but that exact chaotic energy constantly puts him in situations where high-level abilities are deployed right in front of him, fueling his hidden potential faster than any traditional training ever could. The grand office of the Adventurers Guild is completely soaked, still tripping from the chaotic aftermath of dual water spells. Standing victorious, Receptionist Jewel flashes a flawlessly professional wink, while Guildmaster Pals and Hibiki tremble on their knees. They're apologizing for derailing the meeting with a passionate discussion about muscles. Watching this, Amelia enthusiastically suggests they all join in. Hibiki immediately shuts down her wild thought, deadpanning that she has completely misread the room. They finally dry off, move to the leather couches, and settle in for the actual negotiation. It's a subtle display of the guild's true hierarchy. Despite Pals's terrifying muscle-bound exterior and official title, the true authority in this room belongs entirely to the women commanding the conversation. Once the business begins, Amelia carefully unwraps a bundled fabric to reveal their prize. Pal's eyes widen in absolute shock. He gently picks up the pristine, shimmering horn of a crystal horned rabbit, an item 3 times larger than the typical drops hunters bring in. Tapping the massive crystal, his merchant instincts take over. He confidently offers 400 gold coins. But Amalia's gentle facade shatters. It is replaced by a terrifyingly serene smile, the exact expression of a master negotiator who has cornered her prey. Pointing an accusatory finger right at the giant's face, she aggressively demands 700 gold, screaming with all her might and outright calling the guildmaster a thief. Completely flabbergasted, Pals looks to his vice guildmaster for support. Instead, Jewel smiles sweetly and throws him under the bus. She accepts the deal on the spot, cheerfully declaring that the 300 gold deficit will be extracted directly from Pal's personal salary. Hibiki watches in stunned silence as his initial 200 gold prediction is systematically pulverized. By the time Amalia is finished shouting, she has successfully extorted enough capital to fund Hibiki's new life for months to come. As the negotiation wraps up, an electronic chime echoes inside Hibiki's mind, and glowing screens manifest. The display expands, listing his milestones. Having cleared his survival conditions, his tutorial levels up, and the system clinically announces the support of his guide has ended. Confused by the terminology, Hibiki commands his upgraded dictionary skill to search for tutorial. The entry reveals a rarity rank of over SSS. It is a fate-level support system directly from God, given to protect the wanderer with the lowest survival rate. Deep in his mind, he folds his hands in desperate, solemn prayer, thanking the deity for keeping him alive. Instantly, an impossibly casual voice laughs back into his soul. God accepts the thanks, confirms his classmates are safe, and quickly signs off. As the divine presence vanishes, Hibiki connects his narrow escapes and lucky encounters to this God-given support system. But with the tutorial leveling up, the safety net that kept him alive since the grassland is now officially gone. A cold knot of anxiety forms in his stomach as he rereads the notification. He looks up to see Amalia walking toward him. She holds a crisp piece of parchment, her usual warmth replaced by a profoundly melancholic expression. Avoiding his gaze, she delivers the crushing blow. It's a mandatory quest from her dangerous hometown. They must separate immediately. The timing is precise. The guide's support ended exactly as Amalia received her orders. he sees her protection for what it was, a divine assignment. Swallowing his own grief, Hibiki refuses to make this harder on her. He forces his head up, pastes on the brightest, most reassuring smile he can muster, and demands that she leave without a single regret, loudly thanking her for everything she's done. By forcing a smile and demanding she leave without regret, Hibiki finally stands on his own feet. He is demonstrating to his protector that he no longer needs a safety net to face the dangers of this world. Later that evening, Amalia guides Hibiki down cobblestone streets to a charming multi-story building of white plaster and rich wood. A bell chimes cheerfully as they step into the warm, welcoming interior of the Smiling Goddess Inn. They are greeted by the innkeeper, Tanya, a woman with flowing blonde twin tails in a maid uniform. Hibiki's heart practically skips a beat, instantly charmed by her welcoming, healing-type beauty. Leaning over the counter, Tanya playfully scolds Hibiki for openly flirting. Wagging a finger, she teasingly calls Amalia his girlfriend. In an instant, Amalia's face erupts into burning crimson, waving her hands in pure panic, while Tanya thoroughly enjoys the reaction. Laughing softly, Tanya relents and makes a generous offer. Her room is already paid for 3 days, and she insists that Hibiki should use it to establish a safe base of operations in the city. With his lodging secured and his pockets full of gold, Amelia turns back to the young adventurer. She gives him one last, deeply maternal smile. Before he can even register the swiftness of her departure, his guide vanishes into the evening, leaving the wanderer secure for the true beginning of his journey. The morning sun rises over the cobblestone streets of Rowell, bringing with it a harsh reality. Amalia informs him that she must leave the city for half a year to fulfill her duties. Hibiki refuses to just wait around in safety. As she disappears down the sunlit avenue, he promises to build his strength so they can travel together when she returns. 3 quiet, uneventful days pass in isolation. Lying alone on his bed, Hibiki checks his smartphone one last time, only to watch the battery icon finally fade to black. His last remaining tether to Japan is officially gone. He sits in the silence for a moment, letting the weight of that disconnection sink in. Japan is gone. There's no going back. He can't afford to just lie here anymore, so he sits up and opens his interface to see exactly what he's working with. Without a safety net, hesitation is no longer an option. If he wants to survive, he has to completely abandon his past life and master the rules of his new reality. His interface reveals his baseline, Appraiser Provisional, Level 2. With painfully low stats, he can't rely on brute force or magic. He must lean entirely on his unique abilities. Scanning his skill list, he spots a new B-rank skill called Contract. The parameters are terrifying. It legally binds targets to any verbal or written agreement they make with him. If the target breaks those terms, the system is capable of instantly taking their life. Then he finds an even rarer AA rank skill, Medical Book. This pop-up entry describes an ability that imparts comprehensive knowledge of all medical fields, including lost and advanced surgical techniques. He instantly realizes he can heal his own wounds. Hibiki lacks the strength for a broadsword and the mana for a fireball. But between a skill that turns promises into life or death traps and a book of forgotten medical techniques, his power comes from how he uses information, not physical force. Out of nowhere, a mechanical voice echoes in his mind. It introduces itself as skill support and casually recommends he learn the entire medical book to prepare for future injuries. Trusting the system, Hibiki throws up an eager peace sign and agrees, completely oblivious to what absorbing 40,000 pages of lost medical theory actually entails. A heavy tome strikes his skull. Opening it, magical energy erupts. Decades of medical theory shoot into his brain, violently overloading his nervous system. He spends the next 30 days rolling around in bed, incapacitated by excruciating migraines. In this world, acquiring top-tier knowledge requires paying a brutal physical toll. Exactly 1 month later, the headache finally clears. Hibiki steps out into the Rowell marketplace, flexing his gauntleted hands in satisfaction over his shiny new gear and short sword. Almost immediately, a rugged merchant spots the fresh-faced kid and tries to hustle him, offering to sell a basic health potion for 10 silver coins. Before Hibiki can answer, his invisible assistant chimes in, smoothly recommending the use of his lethal contract skill for the negotiation. Hibiki springs the trap. He asks for the potion, but demands the merchant ensure neither of them makes a loss. The merchant awkwardly agrees, unaware of the magical binding. Compelled to be absolutely honest, he involuntarily drops the price to 5 silver. He walks away with his discounted potions, grinning at outmaneuvering a veteran merchant. He's so pleased with the result that he gives the system voice a nickname, Sapo, certain that as long as they work together, no one in this world can fool him. Fully equipped, he marches into the Grand Adventurers Guild. He walks right up to the front desk, warmly greeting the feline receptionist, Miss Jewel. This graphic illustrates the guild's rigid structure. Adventurers and quests are categorized across 7 ranks, from F up to S. Because he's starting at the absolute bottom as a rank F, he is strictly restricted to low-level jobs. Then she drops the catch. Failing any accepted quest carries a massive 30% financial penalty based on the reward. One wrong move, and a beginner is instantly bankrupt. To Hibiki, losing his money means losing his freedom to designated national quests. The harsh economic reality of the guild validates his plan to play it as cautiously as humanly possible. Scanning the massive corkboard, he finds exactly what he needs, an F-rank herb-gathering quest. It's a simple botanical chore, perfectly suited to his new medical expertise. He turns back to the counter, smiling confidently. In his mind, he has successfully mitigated every possible risk. But just as he settles into this false sense of security, the heavy wooden doors of the guild are violently blasted open. A desperate voice screams across a quiet lobby. A party of battered, panic-stricken adventurers drags their wounded companion through the entrance, his arm gushing crimson blood. Hibiki stares in shock. It doesn't matter how meticulously you analyze your stats, exploit contractual loopholes, or memorize medical encyclopedias. Nothing insulates you from the unpredictable, chaotic violence of a real adventure. The heavy wooden doors of the guild blow open with a deafening crash. A battered adventuring party practically drags their companion, Jade, into the lobby. He is missing multiple limbs, and a pool of blood is spreading rapidly across the floor. Desperation sets in, as the party's maid uses every healing spell in her arsenal, but the magic fails. Even high-grade potions are useless. No matter how much they try to seal the wounds, Jade will not stop bleeding. Looking at this panel, the receptionist, Jewel, confirms the group's worst fear. The guildmaster, the only local powerful enough to cast high-level extra heal, was summoned to the capital. He isn't in town to save them. Every conventional option has been exhausted. Without their high-level savior, the veterans are forced to watch as their comrade slowly dies on the lobby floor. But here, a seemingly unqualified appraiser named Hibiki steps forward. He drops to one knee beside the dying man and activates a unique skill, the medical book. This diagnostic window reveals an uncompromising timeline. Jade has exactly 7 minutes and 19 seconds to live. Below, we see why magic failed. A lethal toxin called Dyrith poison is coursing through his veins, destroying cells and actively preventing hemostasis. This unhealable, system-blocking toxin transforms a standard medical emergency into a rigid, ticking clock. The medical book outlines a 2-step treatment. Hypercure removes the poison, then Perfect Heal restores lost limbs. But these miracles require 650 MP. Hibiki's status window reveals an impossible reality. His maximum capacity is a measly 56 points. In this panel, Jewel highlights the severity of the situation. This specific combination of advanced-level magic is so rare that usually only the Holy Maiden in the capital can perform it. This creates a brutal mathematical bottleneck. Hibiki has the diagnostic knowledge to save Jade's life, but he lacks the raw system resources to cast the necessary spells. Just as hope vanishes, skill support identifies a technical loophole. The contract skill allows direct MP transfer. With a simple spoken agreement, the party can funnel all their remaining magical reserves directly into Hibiki. With Jade's survival clock at 5 minutes, the veterans shout their agreement, immediately initiating the transfer. But even after draining the entire party, they only provide 420 MP. Hibiki remains 174 points short of the miracle threshold. Relying solely on the combatants is not enough to balance the equation. The system requires one final external input to reach the 650 MP goal. Receptionist Jewel makes a critical intervention. She grabs Hibiki's arm and adds herself to the contract, offering her magical reserves. The transfer window confirms Jewel's contribution of 273 MP. With this surge of energy, Hibiki's magical pool overflows, exceeding the 650 MP requirement. Hibiki immediately unleashes the borrowed power. This panel shows the casting of Hypercure as an intense, pure light erupts from his hands to purge the toxin from Jade's body. By pooling their trust, the group has effectively combined all of their remaining individual magical energy reserves, turning a low-level appraiser into a conduit for legendary healing magic. This system confirmation marks the turning point. The Direth poison is gone, and the biological block on Jade's healing has been lifted. Without a second of delay, Hibiki pushes the rest of the pooled energy into the final advanced level miracle. In this final panel, we see the results of Perfect Heal. A blinding divine glow engulfs Jade, instantly restoring his blood levels and perfectly synthesizing his missing limbs. The rookie appraiser successfully beat the ticking clock. He didn't rely on raw combat stats, but instead used intellectual resource management to turn a guaranteed death sentence into a miracle. As the blinding light of the Perfect Heal spell fades, an absolute, stunned silence blankets the Adventurers Guild. A moment later, that silence shatters into an explosive, deafening roar of pure triumph as the swordsman confirms Jade is alive. Before Hibiki can even process his miraculous success, a pair of soft arms violently wrap around his neck from behind. Jewel, the guild receptionist, aggressively squeezes him in an ecstatic, celebratory hug. But as the adrenaline drains entirely from Hibiki's body, his face turns a distinct shade of blue. Trapped in her vice-like grip, his vision spins, and he promptly passes out from the physical strain. He had just successfully cast a god-tier healing spell to bring a man back from the brink of death, only to be immediately knocked unconscious by a hug. It is a stark reminder that possessing overwhelming magical aptitude offers absolutely zero physical endurance. The chaotic medieval guild fades, replaced by the familiar scent of roasted tea leaves. Hibiki's mind drifts to the cozy, sunlit interior of the Amane family's cafe back in Japan, where his childhood friend gently sets a teacup on his table. This peaceful memory shatters the second Amane's boisterous father leans over the counter to offer Hibiki a place in the family. Amane instantly resolves the interruption by swinging a metal serving tray directly into her father's face, sending him crashing into the back room. As he recovers from the chaos, Amane takes the opportunity to lecture him on what Kyoko calls the Hibiki quality, his very specific habit of making bizarre assumptions and blurting out dodgy retorts without thinking. Pointing a strict finger right at him, her tone softens into genuine concern. She tells him to evaluate his surroundings and make appropriate decisions, warning him that he can't assume someone will always be there to protect him. Amane's warning serves as a persistent anchor for the audience. Hibiki's modern, naive nature might be endearing in a Japanese cafe, but in this reality, that lack of situational awareness is a fatal flaw. A sudden electronic beep cuts through the memory, instantly snapping Hibiki awake in the unfamiliar, sterile environment of the guild's clinic. This floating interface shows exactly what he woke up to: a rapid cascade of system notifications detailing his job levels spiking from 2 to 5, alongside a string of newly acquired derivative skills. Looking up, he finds Jewel sitting by his bed. She steps back and bows deeply, revealing a personal connection to the incident. Jade is her younger half-brother, and she owes Hibiki an immense debt of gratitude for his life. But after accepting his polite response, Jewel clears her throat. Her professional demeanor returns, and she explains that the guild has issued a strict gag order to all witnesses present during the healing. She outlines the brutal reality of the situation. High-level magic like Perfect Heal is extraordinarily rare on this continent. If the public discovers he can cast it, he will become a high-value target, hunted by powerful figures, exploited for profit, and forced into slavery. The medical book allows Hibiki to perform miracles, but those miracles simultaneously make him a target. Without absolute physical protection and total secrecy, his greatest asset acts as a direct catalyst for his own enslavement. To mitigate this vulnerability, Jewel strongly recommends that Hibiki join a combat-oriented party, specifically suggesting the Silver Banner group Jade belongs to. Hibiki politely declines. He considers his own limitations, correctly deducing that since he has no physical combat skills, he would be a liability. Furthermore, to effectively use his healing, he needs party members with massive MP pools to fuel his abilities. Acknowledging his logic, Jewel pivots to a colder, pragmatic solution. Given the vast amount of funds he just acquired, she suggests he purchase combat slaves to act as his bodyguards. The Hibiki quality strikes immediately. He violently misunderstands her phrasing, screaming in terror that she is plotting to sell him into slavery, forcing an exasperated Jewel to clarify that he needs to be the buyer. As the comedy settles, Hibiki looks down at his hands. He hesitates, experiencing a sharp clash between his modern morals, where buying human lives is entirely abhorrent, and the uncompromising medieval reality of Rowell. He admits to himself that purchasing a slave feels entirely wrong. Yet the facts are undeniable. He possesses zero combat ability, holds a coveted skill, and a target on his back. To survive, he has to compromise his ethics. Meanwhile, deep in Rowell's shadows, a finely dressed slave merchant stands before a heavy iron cage, eager to make a high-end sale. Inside the shadows of the cage, a massive black wolf beastman unleashes a deafening, blood-curdling roar, baring his enormous fangs and terrifying the wealthy customer into fleeing the alley entirely. But as the merchant complains about the loss of profit, the true reason for the beast's aggression becomes clear. He is physically shielding a small human girl, trembling behind him, acting as an impenetrable wall between her and the outside world. Glaring through the bars, the beastman makes a lethal, unwavering promise. He will chase away anyone who tries to purchase them, refusing to let the girl be separated from him. Hibiki's survival depends on finding a bodyguard who is as protective as he is ruthless. Inside this cage, the merchant holds a beast with the exact lethal loyalty Hibiki is currently missing. After spending an entire week being chased by monsters instead of completing his quests, Hibiki is standing outside a grand slave merchant's trading house with exactly 1 silver coin to his name. His financial math is disastrous. Weekly expenses cost over 3 gold, while income is a single silver coin. Bleeding money, he follows his guild receptionist's advice to buy a slave. Inside, he's greeted by Ajarathan Debi, an elegant man in a tailored suit. Ajarathan promises to operate on a motto of absolute sincerity and respect. Relieved by the professional atmosphere, Hibiki lays out his strict terms. He needs someone who can fight, and his absolute maximum budget is 300 gold. Hibiki is backed into a corner. He lacks the money to survive in the city and the physical strength to survive in the wild, forcing him to seek a high-quality bodyguard on a bargain bin budget. Ajarathan presents his standard inventory, a lineup of heavily muscled warriors. He shows off Torei, a level 23 sumo wrestler who grinds demons with his bare hands, alongside Sashuto, a level 32 martial artist, and Pell, a level 28 heavy knight. Yet Hibiki instantly rejects the entire group, leaving the hardened fighters slumping forward in total defeat. Hibiki's medical book can cast top-tier spells like Hyper Cure and Perfect Heal, but they require an external MP battery. Even a high-level combat priest barely reaches 200 MP, not enough to trigger the book's most powerful effects. Pure physical strength offers Hibiki 0 utility. To stay alive, he must find a high-capacity mana source, a resource the standard mercenary market completely ignores in favor of muscle. An unprompted voice echoes in Hibiki's head, the literal voice of God, urging him to look himself. Taking the hint, he asks to browse the back rooms. Instantly, Azurathan's facade drops. Flushed, he sniffs the air, murmuring he smells the sweet scent of money on his new client. Creeped out, Hibiki triggers his appraisal skill to investigate. The system reveals Azurathan is a level 82 slave merchant suffering from a condition called charmed. His sense for money skill allows him to literally smell future profits, forcibly enchanting him toward anyone destined to become wealthy. Walking down the stone corridors, Azurathan explains their facility's 4 strict categories: criminals, war slaves from defeated countries, debt slaves, and illegal black market captures, which the merchant claims they never deal in. Azurathan's skill lets him look past Hibiki's cheap armor to see his latent financial value. Now, walking deep into the holding cells, Hibiki is about to look past the merchant's polished lobby into the brutal reality of the market itself. They reach the combat sector, and Hibiki's attention is immediately drawn to a massive black wolf beast man sitting behind thick iron bars, his limbs heavily bandaged and scarred. Azurathan casually explains the wolf, Claude, is a war slave from a defeated nation. Hiding directly behind the massive beast man is Lillian, a fragile 10-year-old human girl sold to pay off a debt. The merchant views them both as defective merchandise. Lillian has magical talent, but she suffers from spontaneous, dangerous magical rampages that make her impossible to put to work. Since neither can fight or do manual labor, they've been dumped in this cell together. As Hibiki steps closer, Claude violently bares his fangs. He roars at the boy, threatening to bite him to death if he lays a hand on the child. By the cold metrics of the slave trade, a crippled beastman and a violently unstable child have 0 market value. They are the absolute bottom of the barrel. But Hibiki remembers the divine hint. If the girl has magical talent, she might have the massive MP pool he needs. He opens his appraisal window, which shows Claude as a level 15 knight, and Lillian with a solid 680 MP. Hibiki squints at the interface. Lillian's stats are incredibly extreme for a level 1 child, and her job title simply reads Hidden. Then his vision updates. A massive red alert blares across his interface. Intellectual's Eyes Level 1 has detected the falsification of status. As the Intellectual's Eyes trigger, the standard interface shatters and dissolves, replaced by a golden status window that bypasses the system's encryption. The updated profile reveals Claude as a level 95 hero, possessing over 4,000 HP. The system dictionary defines hero as an SSS rank job, held by only 4 people in the world. These saviors fight world-threatening calamities. Yet Claude is held here by the 8 immovable chains, an SS rank inhumane binding spell designed to seal away a legend. The skill search for Intellectual's Eyes returns a rarity rank above SSS. These are described as the highest level of appraisal eyes, given on a whim by God to identify the absolute truth of the world. Hibiki stares at the legendary savior locked inside the cell. If a level 95 hero requires an SS rank curse just to keep him chained to the floor, what secret is hiding inside the 10-year-old girl he is risking his life to protect? Imagine a cold, shadowy dungeon cell tucked away in a fortress city. Inside sits a heavily mutilated beastman alongside a trembling little girl. To the naked eye, they look like broken, disposable slaves. But when a high school boy named Hibiki activates his overpowered vision, he violently tears away the system's false interface layer to reveal the truth. This system window reveals the girl's terrifying reality, an SSS rank innate skill called Raging Sanctuary. This connects her soul to a divine domain, flooding her with immense, ferocious magic that causes most users to self-destruct. It's officially a trial given by God. Hibiki realizes his errand to buy regular slaves has led him directly to the legendary duo of a hero and a sage. Facing the most powerful job classes in the system, he casually checks in with Heaven, asking if he's allowed to make them his slaves. The response highlights the jarring contrast of Hibiki's situation. On one side is the grim reality of the stone prison. On the other is a brightly lit, perfectly casual, okay, from the creator of the universe. The sheer absurdity of a cheerful text from God overrides Hibiki's modern earthly morals. He realizes the heavens set him up for this exact encounter, leaving the teenager with a divine mandate to purchase and save this broken party. Leaving the dark cell behind, Hibiki steps back into the elegant hallway. His mind is firmly made up. He resolves to cure the invisible curse afflicting the Beastman, marching straight back to the waiting merchant to finalize the deal. This system encyclopedia entry defines a high-level technical skill called relief measure. The mechanics are specific. If an outside force unjustly restricts a target's actions, the user can release that force. It is the exact tool needed to dispel the Beastman's curse. Armed with his solution, Hibiki officially declares his intent to buy the pair. This simple statement triggers a total mental breakdown in the merchant Ajarathan, whose greed-based skills cause him to be ecstatically overwhelmed by the scent of Hibiki's wealth-generating aura. Here we see the chaotic aftermath of the offer. The businessman faints backward onto the stone floor in pure ecstasy. Meanwhile, a cheerful system chime rings out to finalize the transaction, setting the price at 40 gold coins. The transaction is complete. For what amounts to mere pocket change, ownership of the continent's most critical legendary souls transfers entirely to a panicked high school boy. Outside the lavish estate, the harsh daylight sets in. As the group prepares to leave Rowell, the reality of the situation hits the proud, wounded hero. Claude violently rejects his new master, radiating immediate hostility toward the boy. This exchange captures a fierce ideological clash. The massive wolf bares his fangs, disgusted a child is participating in the morbid slave trade. Hibiki ignores the lecture, crossing his arms and claiming he is an adult, before casually offering to regenerate the Beastman's missing limbs. Claude refuses to believe the claim, writing it off as the immature fantasy of a kid. Unwilling to argue, Hibiki stubbornly ends the conversation, letting out a sharp humph and walking away. Hibiki's unshakable confidence in his ability to perform miracles leaves Claude reeling. The high schooler doesn't stay to debate logistics. He simply promises the impossible and leaves the wounded Beastman in a state of cynical disbelief. To perform magic in secret, the trio arrives at a secluded clearing far from the city. The isolation causes Claude's suspicion to mount, as he narrows his eyes and demands to know why the boy has brought them here. A massive misunderstanding follows when Hibiki cheerfully announces he brought the fragile little girl out here to help him. This panel captures the agonizing silence and the terrified stares of his new party as they misinterpret his intentions. Hibiki frantically backpedals to clarify his strictly medical goals. Instantly, Lillian's fear is replaced by a desperate, fragile hope. As seen here, she appeals to him directly, receiving an absolute professional guarantee that Claude can be healed immediately. When Claude fiercely tries to block the procedure, assuming it's a trap, the normally timid little girl explodes. She screams at the massive hero to shut up, demanding the chance to save the man who has always protected her. This emotional turning point forces the cynical hero to stand down. With Claude's path cleared, the fragile sage eagerly consents to a magical contract, transferring her immense MP directly to Hibiki to fuel the coming miracle. The contract engages. A massive, colorful whoosh of raw magical energy floods from the young sage into Hibiki, filling his reserves to the brim. Hibiki thrusts his hand forward with absolute authority, activating the medical book. As shown in this frame, a brilliant shine of perfect heal magic erupts from his palm, bridging the gap between the high schooler and the wounded Beastman. Blinding white light entirely envelops Claude's massive frame. As the brilliance fades, the bloody bandages fall away to reveal completely restored, heavily muscled limbs and sharp, perfect claws. The physical restoration leads to an immediate emotional release. Claude falls to his knees, weeping thick tears of overwhelming gratitude as he flexes his new hands, barely able to process the miracle he experienced. However, the physical restoration isn't enough. Claude notices his body still feels unnaturally heavy, proving that while his wounds are gone, the underlying curse is still holding his power back. Hibiki identifies the problem immediately. He casually informs Claude that his stats are still suppressed by the immovable chains, nonchalantly revealing that he can see the Beastman's hidden job classification as a knight. This panel captures Claude's absolute terror. He is in total shock because his master has seen through a curse that even legendary appraisal magic could not detect. Hibiki reveals his divine trump card, Intellectual's Eyes. It is a God-given sight that reveals absolute truth. Armed with this vision, he locks on to the invisible curse and activates his relief measure skill. Suddenly, a harsh metallic rustling echoes through the woods. As seen here, the invisible curse physically materializes into massive blackened iron chains that wrap tightly around the straining wolf. By dragging this unbreakable seal out of the shadows and into the physical world, Hibiki forces a direct confrontation. The teenager is now face-to-face with the literal blackened manifestation of the curse that had previously been invisible to everyone else. The quiet of the forest breaks instantly. Massive, blackened iron chains materialize out of thin air, wrapping tightly around the Beastman, Claude, and pinning him. Hibiki stares in horror at the physical manifestation of a legendary seal. He identifies these as the immovable chains, an unbreakable weight designed to completely restrict a target. A glowing analytical window snaps open before Hibiki's eyes. The system voice evaluates the dark magic, confirming it is an unjust curse and offering a specific relief measure to counter the bindings. Hibiki responds with immediate determination, opting to use the system's targeted relief measure. He violently thrusts his hand forward to summon a celestial weapon known as the Divine Scissors of Chain Severance. Confronting a legendary curse usually requires a massive counterspell. Here, the system provides a digital loophole, shifting the conflict from a physical struggle into a matter of magical administration. A column of divine light pierces the forest canopy, revealing a colossal, ornate pair of scissors hovering in the sky. They point directly at a completely bewildered Claude. The giant blades snap shut. They hit the target with terrifying precision, shearing through one of the thick links and shattering the metal with explosive force. When the dust settles, Claude is unscathed, but only one of the heavy chains has dissolved into ash. The rest of the seal remains tightly wrapped around his body. A voice from the heavens offers a quick explanation for the limited result. Because Hibiki's skill is only at level 1, he can only cut a single chain at a time, leaving the young master feeling deeply embarrassed. Despite the lingering chains, the atmosphere in the forest shifts. An intense aura begins to radiate from Claude as raw strength replaces his despair. Hibiki activates Appraisal to see the numerical proof. Claude's level jumps instantly from 15 to 25, while his hit points skyrocket. The system also purges the humiliating titles that defined him. Labels like defeated and failure are gone, rewriting his identity. This proves that even an unbreakable seal can be dismantled incrementally. By breaking just a fraction of the curse, Hibiki has managed to restore a significant portion of the hero's baseline strength. The legendary warrior drops to one knee, offering a profound apology. He admits the curse stripped away his honor and his spirit. Lillian clarifies that the Beastman's former hostile, foul-mouthed persona was a facade. He adopted the menacing act on purpose while they were at the trading company. This act was a desperate defensive measure. Claude felt he had to seem menacing to protect his companion while his own powers were stripped away. Realizing the warrior remained heroic even in despair, Hibiki makes an unwavering vow to eventually shatter every remaining chain of the curse. Claude stands to his full height and requests to perform the ceremony of allegiance. He swears an oath to always protect his new lord. The system voice suggests using the magical contract skill for this rite. Doing so makes the promise binding for both parties, providing Claude with significant psychological reassurance. Hibiki places his blade on the warrior's shoulder. Claude recites the oath with absolute devotion, pledging to protect his new lord. Hibiki speaks the final, binding words, "I accept." A brilliant surge of magic spirals through the clearing, physically signaling that the contract is established. This magical contract provides a technical structure for the hero's dedication. This formalized promise gives Claude a concrete sense of purpose and the reassurance to move forward. As the magical particles from their pact settle, Hibiki is immediately bombarded by consecutive electronic chimes. System prompts flood his vision, confirming a new loyalty contract and voiding the previous slave agreement. Hibiki makes it official. Claude is no longer a slave. The Beastman places a fist over his heart, pledging absolute devotion. But there's a catch. Lillian's collar remains. Slave magic is a direct contract with God, which a Mester cannot break through willpower alone. An awkward silence settles over the trio, quickly broken by Claude clearing his throat. With his pointed ears burning red, the dependable knight admits he originally thought Hibiki dragged them into the isolated woods to do something highly inappropriate. Hibiki frantically waves off the entire misunderstanding. They survived their immediate danger, but their new alliance is currently built on a foundation of intense embarrassment and unbreakable divine rules. Before they can finalize their combat formation, another triumphant chime echoes exclusively in Hibiki's ears. A new interface window snaps open, announcing that his Grimoire skill has met its level-up conditions. The system spells out the mechanics of this AA rank ability. It allows the user to automatically register and learn any magic they observe by simply consuming SP, completely bypassing the training process. And because Hibiki has a mage companion, he can share this effect. Realizing he can now instantly memorize and execute spells on command, Hibiki begins internally screaming. His existence has become almost comically overpowered, and the sheer convenience of it sends him into a panic. But you can't violently flinch at thin air without attracting attention. Watching his new master interact with an interface he cannot see, Claude immediately asks if Hibiki possesses a tutorial skill. Hibiki freezes. His attempt to play it cool fails instantly. The legendary Beastman knows exactly how the world's divine mechanics operate, forcing Hibiki to admit the truth about his abilities. Claude gasps, correctly deducing that Hibiki holds the impossible Wanderer from Another World title. He explains leveling up usually doesn't come with a voice. That audio is a miraculous guide from God. As Claude recites holy legends, a very different image flashes through Hibiki's mind. Instead of a majestic figure, Hibiki recalls a dark-skinned, white-haired slacker lounging lazily, sweating and complaining that giving out the tutorial skill left him feeling a little groggy. While Lillian innocently tries to wrap her head around the concept of another world, Claude quickly reassures Hibiki that his alien origins change nothing about his loyalty. Hibiki smiles and breathes a sigh of relief, though he keeps the truth to himself. The world's religious reverence is completely disconnected from the sweaty, administrative incompetence of the actual God running the show. The peaceful moment is short-lived. Claude drops his voice to a hushed tone, warning Hibiki that the church would view a direct connection to the creator as a massive political threat. To understand the danger, you have to look at the theological hierarchy. The world is ruled by a pantheon of 11 gods, with the chief god sitting at the absolute apex as the first god. Remembering a terrifying detail from his recent appraisal, Hibiki shifts the focus away from his own safety. He brings up Raging Sanctuary, the unreasonable, cursed skill burdening Lillian. Hearing this, the tiny girl immediately freezes, terrified that she's done something wrong. Hibiki refuses to let her take the blame. He looks straight up at the sky and screams at the chief god, furious that the apex deity would force such a cruel, isolating trial onto a child. But Claude quickly deflates the outburst with a flawless point of logic. Magic falls under the jurisdiction of the god of magic. Hibiki is yelling at the wrong deity, making a false accusation based entirely on mortal assumptions. Far above the forest, in the highest domain of heaven, that false accusation triggers a crisis. The stunning god of magic corners the terrified, profusely sweating chief god, demanding to know why he is trying to gloss over a botched assignment. Back on the ground, Hibiki taps his ear. A bizarre static white noise begins echoing in his mind, interrupting the peaceful woodland sounds. Then the system shatters the static with a highly authoritative notification. It explicitly exposes the divine cover-up, confirming that Lillian's curse was not given by the official god of magic, and flags it as an invalid skill. Hibiki smirks in triumph. His suspicions were entirely correct. Seeing a loophole, he eagerly commands the system to initiate a relief measure to strip the invalid curse from Lillian's body. The rigid, undeniable rules of the system interface can actually override the lies of the highest deity, providing Hibiki a fragile opening to fix a heavenly mistake. Hibiki thrusts his hand forward, channeling his power, but the magic violently fizzles out into a dull, anticlimactic poof. The system coldly announces that the attempt to remove the skill has failed. The interface delivers a devastating biological reality. The skill is already permanently fused to Lillian's soul. Hibiki's level is simply too low to tear it out, leaving him collapsed in the dirt in total defeat. As he sits there, helpless against the permanence of the trial, a brand new voice echoes in his mind. It is serene, overflowing with genuine sorrow, and gently apologizes for the error. An ethereal projection manifests before him. It's the beautiful god of magic herself. And right behind her, bound tightly to a massive wooden cross and smoking from a severe beating, is the utterly defeated chief god. It's a bitter realization. Even the gods themselves are bound by the system's unyielding mechanics. They can apologize and punish each other, but the overpowered hero remains completely powerless to save an innocent child from a fused soul. In the quiet isolation of a dark forest, an ethereal projection materializes. The god of magic appears before Hibiki to address a serious celestial error. The deity explains the core issue at hand. Because the young girl Lillian's fate was selfishly altered by another god, the god of magic feels personally obligated to step in and offer a direct correction. The solution relies on a highly specific mechanical loophole. By holding out her hand, the deity temporarily lends Hibiki a portion of the management rights to Raging Sanctuary, using his existing grimoire skill as the delivery medium. This intervention establishes a highly irregular precedent. The rigid cosmic laws governing fate and magic can actually be bypassed, provided a mortal can elicit genuine pity from the divine. But the serene, benevolent atmosphere evaporates instantly. The god of magic turns her attention back toward the celestial realm, her graceful demeanor shifting into something incredibly dark and menacing. For the heavily bruised chief god trembling in the background, the punishment is absolute. A spiked torture device materializes nearby, and the god of magic issues a direct, unyielding sentence. He must die once and be reborn. The fallout on the mortal plane is immediate. System notifications ring in Hibiki's head. His skills, tutorial, and intellectual's eyes are offline. Because these required a live link to the chief god, their sudden shutdown indicates the divine source is no longer there. Facing his companions, Hibiki makes a calculated choice. He keeps the celestial homicide a total secret, prioritizing the operational morale of his party over communicating the horrifying reality of dead gods. Shaking off the cosmic dread, Hibiki confidently activates the Grimoire Level 1 skill. The invocation triggers a brilliant eruption of magic particles that quickly settle into a thick cloud of white smoke. The physical manifestation of these divine management rights is entirely unexpected. Out of the smoke tumbles a tiny, incredibly fluffy white cat, greeting them with a cheerful chirp. The creature introduces itself as Vene. Despite its appearance, it is a sacred beast explicitly ordered by the god of magic to manage Lillian's magical output and serve as her personal instructor. The contrast is jarring. A violent celestial reorganization of power involving a deity's brutal execution ultimately produced a hyper-adorable, talking house pet. Hibiki and Lillian are completely captivated. Unable to resist the sheer cuteness, Hibiki scoops the tiny sacred beast into a massive, enthusiastic hug, rubbing his cheek against its fur. But right behind them, the environment is rapidly deteriorating. A heavy, dark aura begins to radiate from Claude, creeping violently into the bright clearing. The legendary Beastman tries to mask his growing aggression, but the sound of his fangs grinding together echoes through the air. When questioned, he lies completely through his teeth, wearing an absolutely terrifying expression. The introduction of this tiny, harmless furball instantly fractures the group's dynamic. The unspoken social hierarchy has been threatened, destabilizing the physical security provided by their strongest protector. The final thread of Claude's patience snaps precisely when Lillian reaches out to join the hug. This tiny display of shared affection pushes the werewolf past his breaking point. Claude unleashes a deafening, blood-curdling roar. He points an accusatory claw at the flailing cat, furious that it would presumptuously touch his master's skin and show him such little respect. Shocked by the sudden aggression, Hibiki throws himself between the furious wolf and the tiny cat, desperately trying to talk down the legendary hero before he shreds their divine proxy. Then the real issue surfaces. Throwing his head back, Claude wails to the heavens, screaming his ultimate grievance. He is deeply, agonizingly hurt that a brand new arrival was pet before he was. The legendary warrior, defined by his massive fangs and lethal aura, has been reduced to a screaming heap of domestic pet jealousy. His fierce reputation is currently second to a desperate need for a head pat. Realizing his embarrassing admission, the mortified beastman drops flat. Hibiki recognizes the familiar pattern of an older pet defending its rank from a newcomer. Suppressing a smile, Hibiki steps forward to resolve the conflict. He gently pats the massive beastman's head. The affection works instantly. Claude's terrifying rage vanishes, replaced by a deep, highly satisfied blush. Survival in this world requires more than just managing divine skill transfers. It means pacifying the fragile, oversized egos of the party's most powerful protectors. The sun is finally setting on a grassy field outside the city walls, and the party is completely exhausted. They've just endured a day-long scolding from a small, furious cat-like creature named Vinay. But they have an immediate, pressing problem. Lillian's magical energy is completely unstable. To stop her power from going berserk, Hibiki has to step in and become her registered magic manager. And in this world, that requires a direct blood pact. This graphic shows the exact mechanical toll that Bite takes on Lillian's capacity. By forcing a connection, her maximum MP and magic attack power are instantly restricted, dropping to a mere 10% of their original capacity. Almost immediately after the pact is sealed, the god of magic intervenes. She grants Lillian amnesty, and the invisible slave collar that has been binding her neck completely vanishes. The god of magic issued this decree because she refused to let a girl of Lillian's potential remain a voice slave. By Hibiki taking formal responsibility for Lillian's magic management, he unknowingly gave the heavens the justification needed to dissolve her physical chains. The very next day, the party heads into the city's bustling market. Their priority is outfitting everyone with proper adventurer equipment to survive what's coming next. A standard set of gear runs about 13 gold, but Hibiki spots a high-quality crimson robe for Lillian. This panel shows the exact moment the price tag hits him. 25 gold is a massive financial burden for a novice party. He buys it anyway. For Hibiki, the math is simple. Lillian's guaranteed safety on the battlefield outweighs the temporary strain of the price tag. Claude's loadout is specific to his biology. He opts for a massive, triple-pronged spear to leverage his size and explicitly sleeves the chest piece. His thick fur causes overheating, so he relies entirely on his reflexes to protect his vitals instead of heavy armor. Later that night, back at the inn, the reality of their new dynamic settles in. Lillian formally drops the title of master and begins calling Hibiki her brother. Hibiki is 25 gold in debt, and Lillian traded her collar for a new name. Their survival now depends on this voluntary, self-imposed loyalty rather than magical coercion. Outfitted and rested, the party relocates to an isolated patch of land outside the city. It's time for Vene to run them through a basic magic training course. This diagram illustrates magic power circulation. To cast spells, a magic user actively manipulates their power in a controlled, cyclical flow. To demonstrate, Klopp takes Hibiki's hand, safely forcing his own Mona into the beginner to let him feel the flow. But the instant their mona connects, the sunny field vanishes. Hibiki is pulled from reality and dropped onto a pitch-black bioluminescent lake. He isn't alone in this void. Sitting by the water, bathed in the light of a massive full moon, is a serene elven woman. She doesn't look hostile. She looks entirely unbothered by his sudden arrival. A second later, Hibiki is snapped back to the grassy field. Claude has broken the physical connection and is now sweating and visibly shaking. He is recoiling in fear from the boy he was just trying to help. Claude is an S-rank adventurer, yet a few seconds of contact with Hibiki left him terrified. Whatever Hibiki touched in that void exists outside the basic laws of mana circulation. Claude's consciousness is entirely consumed by a memory. He stands in a quiet wilderness beside Anastasia, an elf he's known since childhood. They sit side by side on a rock, looking up at a glowing full moon, sharing a peaceful moment. But the tranquility snaps. A sickening tear echoes through the air, followed by a heavy thud. Claude collapses into the grass, his massive body convulsing, as a dark pool of his own blood rapidly spreads beneath him. He looks up to find Anastasia standing directly over him. Her gentle, comforting presence is entirely gone. Her right arm has mutated into a jagged, demonic appendage, dripping thick blood onto the ground. Her expression remains serenely calm. She even smiles, making a casual, chilling comment about the moon's and betrayal, and disoriented under a blindingly bright sunlit canopy. When traumatic memories surface with that much intensity, they tend to scramble a person's immediate grip on reality. And for Claude, waking up in a blind panic creates a massive physical danger for anyone standing nearby. Claude accidentally pins Hibiki to the grass. During magic practice, Claude pushed too much energy into him. This foreign power merged their identities until Hibiki thought he was Claude. Terrified, Claude frantically shakes him, barking orders to force him to remember his real name. Slowly, the conflicting memories separate. Hibiki presses a hand to his forehead, his own identity finally solidifying. Claude drops his ears and lets out a massive, trembling sigh of pure relief. In this system, magic power operates as a dense cluster of human will. Taking in someone else's energy means taking in a piece of their consciousness. Treating that transfer carelessly poses a literal threat to a person's core identity. Following the near-fatal mistake, the towering, legendary beastman shrinks down into a miserable posture. He bows his massive head in deep apology, looking exactly like a scolded puppy, while the tiny cat familiar, Vene, reprimands him for his carelessness. Vene creeps onto Hibiki's shoulder with a mischievous grin, hoping to pry into Claude's memories for embarrassing blackmail material. But remembering the blood-soaked elf, Hibiki protects the beastman's tragic past. He plays dumb, looking away and claiming he only saw something beautiful. After 15 exhausting, mentally taxing attempts, Hibiki finally succeeds at circulating the magic. Completely drained by the strain, he collapses flat onto his back in the grass. Vene sits on his chest, outlining the system's laws. Magic requires MP, focus, and a specific magic skill. That final requirement is a crushing reality check. Since Hibiki holds the non-combatant Appraiser class, his chances of learning attack magic are completely hopeless. Survival in this world is strictly gated by unchangeable class characteristics. To move forward, a person has to abandon their heroic fantasies and operate entirely within their own rigid, pragmatic limitations. Those limitations dictate their strategy. The next morning, in a wide clearing, Claude assigns Hibiki the middle guard role, handing him a wooden bow. But it proves incredibly difficult. As Hibiki struggles to draw the string, his arms shake violently under the massive tension. He releases the arrow and it sails wildly off course, stabbing uselessly into the dirt yards away from the target. He fires again and again, producing a pathetic string of complete misses. Claude's demeanor completely flips into a ruthless military instructor. When Hibiki rubs his chafed hands pleading for a break, Claude flashes a terrifyingly bright smile. He coldly reminds Hibiki that medical spells mean he can be healed and put right back to work. When an individual faces undeniable physical deficits, repeating a brute force approach doesn't yield sudden competence. It mostly just results in a lot of painful, blistering suffering without any immediate progress. Locked out of heavy combat and attack spells, Hibiki turns to an absolute last resort to contribute to the party's survival: life magic. This specific branch of magic handles non-combat utility, like generating water or creating a cooking fire. To learn it, a user must constantly release magic power while doing chores, hoping ambient spirits accept the energy and grant a skill. To trigger this, Hibiki vigorously throws himself into endless domestic labor, taking the initiative to sweep, do laundry, repair clothes, and cook every meal. Despite his exhausting dedication, he checks his system interface and sighs. His magic skill list remains entirely blank. Surviving a hostile environment rarely looks like a continuous string of powerful victories. It requires dropping your ego completely and embracing tedious, unglamorous roles to build a functional foundation. As the long, grueling evening finally falls, the completely exhausted party gathers around a crackling campfire to rest. Hibiki takes a cautious sip of the soup he just finished cooking. He instantly realizes the broth is completely bland, but he swallows his frustration and puts on a bright, optimistic smile to serve his team. Nearby, Lillian flawlessly maintains a hovering, shimmering sphere of water under Vene's proud instruction. Despite the stark differences in their abilities and the brutal physical failures of the day, a peaceful rhythm settles over the camp. They relax and naturally slide into their distinct roles. True party cohesion isn't filled by assembling a team of equally powerful individuals. Decide and willingly step up to cover each other's vulnerabilities. The afternoon sun warms a peaceful clearing in the forest, setting the perfect stage for a picnic. Hibiki spreads out a blanket and serves his new companions a rich, aromatic brown stew, a dish from his world called curry. Claude and Lillian dig in without hesitation. Lillian asks for seconds, and Claude's golden eyes widen in absolute culinary shock at the rich flavors. The meal hits a literal roadblock as Hibiki's spoon strikes a massive, jagged boulder of a vegetable. Claude might be able to strip a monster down to its bones in the wild, but his kitchen knife skill is at level 0. The comedy stops as the ground beneath them suddenly shakes. A deep, rumbling vibration tears through the grass, and Claude instantly shifts into a combat-ready warrior. Hibiki's system voice chimes in, prompting him to activate his world map. A glowing red dot flashes aggressively on his screen, identifying a level 12 wild rushing boar barreling straight toward their camp. The massive beast bursts from the underbrush with a deafening squeal. Confronted with a wall of muscle and tusks, Hibiki stumbles backward in sheer panic. Claude intercepts. He dashes at blinding speed, tearing up the dirt beneath his boots, while his heavy spear glows with an intense surge of energy. With a deafening boom, he unleashes a devastating move called pinpoint thrust. The strike hits the massive boar head-on, obliterating the monster in a single impact. This is a special skill, a devastating killer technique restricted to those who possess dedicated combat traits like spearmanship or swordsmanship. A dead monster in the wild means the smell of fresh blood will quickly attract more threats. Lillian steps up, using water magic to cast odor isolation, wrapping the fallen boar in a watery bubble to seal the scent away. Hibiki spots a perfect opportunity for petty revenge regarding those ruined vegetables in his curry. He hands Claude a hunting knife and forces the legendary, combat-hardened beastman to dismantle the messy carcass himself. A full week passes, defined by grueling, relentless training. Out in an open field, Hibiki plants his feet firmly and draws the string of his wooden bow, committing entirely to improving his physical combat form. He lets the arrows fly. One after another, he strikes the wood. Landing 3 out of 5 shots, proves he is rapidly overcoming his initial lack of combat talent, especially considering he couldn't hit a single target just days prior. Back at the tavern later that night, the party's financial reality becomes clear. The reward money from the rabbit horn they sold earlier is completely exhausted, leaving them dead broke. They need income immediately. Because Hibiki and Lillian both earned passing marks from Claude during their week of intense training, the trio decides they are finally ready to take on official low-level F-rank quests. The sheer anticipation keeps Hibiki completely awake that night. While Claude snores heavily on the floor, Hibiki tosses and turns, too excited about his upcoming debut as a working adventurer to get any rest. Right before dawn, a digital notification pops up. Hibiki has finally unlocked Life Magic Level 1, providing tangible proof that his week of effort is paying off just as they prepare to deploy. Hibiki steps into the bustling Adventurers Guild the next morning and meets Mitre. She is a brand new apprentice receptionist who gets completely flustered trying to maintain a formal, practiced tone with him. Hibiki submits a massive stack of papers. Mitre stares at the towering pile of requests with wide eyes, shocked by the sheer volume of paperwork a rookie is attempting to process at once. Their checklist is dense. To succeed today, we must collect 20 medicinal han herbs, 15 fragrant paraglus leaves, 10 kilograms of meat, and subjugate as many fool dogs and red-horned rabbits as possible. Stacking this many objectives looks reckless for beginners. However, Claude explains that experienced adventurers routinely take on several small jobs simultaneously to maximize their time in the field. Leaving the fortress city behind, the trio marches out until the massive, sprawling tree line of the eastern forest looms ahead of them. Hibiki immediately puts his upgraded utility skill to work. He activates his Level 2 world map and commands it to search the surrounding wilderness for all of their targets at once. Instantly, the grid floods with raw data. Glowing dots create a visually overwhelming interface where every target looks the same, but the system autocorrects, neatly sorting the chaos into clear, color-coded clusters with text labels separating plants from monsters. This map overlay allows Claude to analyze the terrain like a seasoned general. He plots an efficient route, noting that the han herbs grow right next to the rabbits, while the fragrant leaves overlap with the fool dog dens further inside. They assign their roles cleanly. Hibiki and Lillian gather herbs, Claude handles the heavy combat, and Vene the cat lures out the rare horned rabbits. Claude's tactical experience and the map's real-time data give the party a professional edge. They enter the forest with the specific coordination required to manage 5 simultaneous objectives on their very first hunt. Deep in the sunlit eastern forest, the party's first official quest begins with a quiet harvest. Lillian and Vene the cat move through the greenery, plucking medicinal herbs and steadily building their collection at a relaxed, steady pace. Hibiki hunts solo, tracking his system map while Claude stays back to avoid scaring prey. Spotting a horned rabbit 20 meters ahead, he calculates a 50% hit chance. His arms tremble under the tension as he readies his wooden bow. As he pulls the string back, the wood lets out a sharp, strained creak. The noise echoes through the quiet forest, alerting the rabbit instantly. Hibiki loses his composure, releases the shot in a panic, and misses, drawing the monster's full attention directly toward him. The rabbit charges at high speed, aiming its glowing horn at Hibiki's chest. He forces himself to notch a second arrow with shaking hands, waiting until the creature enters point-blank range to replicate his practice drills. He releases the string at the last possible second. The arrow strikes the monster dead center, flipping it backward into the dirt. A system window pops up over the corpse, confirming the first kill. The technical victory is quickly followed by the labor of the job. Claude offers a sadistic grin as he hands Hibiki a hunting knife for dismantling. Lacking practical experience, Hibiki mangles 3 of the carcasses, turning potential quest items into unevenly hacked pieces of meat. Those botched cuts become the party's lunch. To keep the remaining supplies fresh, Lillian casts a frosty magical barrier over the food, a utility spell that functions as a portable refrigerator for up to half a day. After lunch, the objective shifts to hunting fool dogs. The party ventures deeper into the woods and is immediately surrounded by a large, aggressive pack of feral beasts. Claude dashes into the pack, tearing through their ranks with his heavy spear. Suddenly, a stray fool dog bursts from the bushes. Caught off guard without his bow, Hibiki tumbles backward as the beast leaps for his throat. Lillian reacts instantly, thrusting her staff forward to cast Earth Needle. A jagged spike of solid rock erupts from the ground, impaling the leaping dog midair and stopping its momentum before it can reach its master. This chaotic melee highlights the gap in the party's defense. While Claude's offensive power is high, Hibiki remained exposed to strays until Lillian provided the necessary magical support to secure the perimeter. With the pack defeated, the party checks their map. They have enough materials from the dogs, leaving only the red-horned rabbit subjugation left on the quest list. To lure the targets, Claude utilizes taban fruits. These sour berries rarely hit the ground, making them a rare bait for monsters. He scatters them on the forest floor, and almost immediately, several red-horned rabbits emerge, lowering their guard to eat. Lillian leaps from hiding and unleashes a pressurized wind cutter spell. The invisible blade of air tears through the clearing, obliterating the entire group of distracted monsters in a single strike. By leveraging the specific dietary weaknesses of their prey, the party transformed a dangerous hunt into a controlled execution. They finished the final objective without a direct confrontation. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Hibiki drops an overstuffed sack in front of the reception desk. The heavy thud draws the attention of the receptionist, who stares at the massive haul in shock. The final tally includes 36 medicinal herbs, 15 fragrant herbs, 50 kilos of meat, 27 fool dogs, and 18 red-horned rabbits, all collected in a single afternoon. Mitre slides over 6 gold, 5 silver, and 1 copper. It's approximately 65,100 yen, a full month's living expenses. But this immediately triggers professional suspicion. Mitra notes this C-rank volume is mathematically improbable for an F-rank party to achieve legitimately. Mitra leans over the counter, demanding to know if the party used improper methods. Hibiki breaks into a cold sweat, frantically waving his hands as he denies the accusation to the stern receptionist. Once the guild processes the reward, Hibiki's financial trajectory changes instantly. He began his solo career earning single silver coins. By successfully managing a team with high-level output, he has secured a full month's living expenses in a single day. Back in the comfortable dining room of the Smiling Goddess Inn, Hibiki is riding high on the sheer efficiency of their very first day. He is completely amazed at how well his party operates, boasting that if things keep going this smoothly, they could easily take on 10 quests tomorrow. To cap off the evening, they dig into huge portions of Miss Tanya's cooking. Lillian happily passes around seconds to the party, and it feels like a well-deserved victory dinner. But the relaxing dinner was clearly a brief reprieve. Up in their room, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Look at this panel here. Hibiki stands up with unwavering determination to face his final challenge, while Claude, the legendary beastman, stares back with dead serious golden eyes, ready to start. Instead of sleeping, they spend the entire night intensely pushing Hibiki's magical circulation to the absolute breaking point. Moving over to this adjacent panel, you can see Lillian and the May cheering him on as he practices until he literally collapses from exhaustion. When morning arrives, the consequences of their late-night training session become abundantly clear. This top panel captures Tanya leaning over the inn's counter to scold them. She tells them to be quiet at night, using a bright, overly cheerful smile that barely hides a terrifyingly irritated aura. Properly terrified, Hibiki, Claude, and Lillian hastily bow their heads in apology and bolt out the door to start their day. When novices experience a massive win right out of the gate, that rush of early success usually masks the grueling physical and social toll required to sustain such rapid progression. Any lingering optimism Hibiki had for the day completely shatters the moment they reach the forest. Claude, the towering beastman, effortlessly slays monsters while barking out continuous orders, driving Hibiki to the absolute brink of exhaustion, and announces that from now on, they will focus mainly on high-efficiency subjugation quests. In these bottom right panels, Hibiki flinches at the danger. Claude counters with ruthless logic. The brutal workload is fine because Hibiki has the medical book. Zooming in on the bottom edge, Hibiki's fate is sealed with a hollow, dead-eyed laugh. What follows is an entire month of relentless, brutal questing and Spartan training in the forest, running every single day without a single break. By systematically abusing healing magic to completely bypass natural human limits like fatigue and injury, a straightforward journey of growth quickly devolves into a highly efficient, yet completely soulless grind. This top panel shows the direct result of that month-long ordeal. Hibiki approaches the Adventurers Guild front desk and slumps onto the polished wood with a heavy thud, his eyes completely hollowed out by pure, unfiltered trauma. He weakly hands over a stack of completed forms and is surprised to hear a familiar voice. Jewel, the warm, feline-eared receptionist, has finally finished her duties as a stand-in guildmaster and returned to the desk, sending Mitri home early. Take a look at these smaller panels on the left. While Jewel and Hibiki catch up, the other receptionists glare in pure jealousy, completely entranced by his charm. They question how the stoic Mitri remained so unresponsive around such a cute kid. Jewel remembers that she intentionally assigned the unshakable Mitri to Hibiki to avoid exactly this kind of commotion. Even now, she catches herself staring at him with dark, gloomy intensity, fiercely blushing and scrambling to regain her professional composure when he notices. Moving to this dialogue sequence, Jewel quickly pivots to his monumental achievements. She congratulates him on reaching E rank in just a month, a feat that usually takes up to a year. She's in absolute disbelief he takes 6 to 8 quests daily and returns unscathed. Hibiki casually explains his terrifyingly vacant stare. They rely entirely on the medical book for gaping wounds and constantly cast bubble wash to instantly scrub away their physical fatigue. But this status screen reveals the hidden cost of that speed. Despite hitting level 10, his core abilities haven't budged. Technical skills like appraisal, dictionary, and grimoire remain completely stagnant. Only his basic life magic has ticked up to level 2. Looking at these status boxes, the problem extends to his party. Lillian is permanently stuck at level 1, and Claude's level is hard-capped at 25 due to a lingering curse. Even Hibiki's inherent skills are completely offline, waiting for the chief god to recover. You can force a rank promotion by putting your body through a meat grinder, but fundamental skill progression and companion leveling are locked behind the rigid, mechanical laws governing this world. Noticing how exhausted Hibiki looks, Jewel suggests he take a break. He steps outside and immediately pitches the idea of a rest day to the towering wolf, who genuinely seems surprised by the concept, having forgotten about mental fatigue entirely. Look at the sheer joy in this panel. Once Claude agrees, Hibiki throws his hands up in unalterated relief, and Lillian and Vene vigorously nod along. They immediately plan a 2 to 3 day vacation to walk around town, buy new clothes, and hunt down delicious snacks. But as Hibiki turns around excitedly, we see in this panel that he bumps squarely into the solid chest of a rugged, heavily scarred warrior. Hibiki stares up in sparkling awe, openly admiring the man's amazing brawny physique. Drawn by the boy's praise, a second heavily muscled warrior wearing a headband suddenly steps up. He aggressively flexes his massive biceps, preaching that all problems can be solved simply by acquiring more muscle mass to overpower heavy obstacles. Check out the sharp contrast in this layout. While the warrior strikes a bodybuilding pose, Claude steps in with undeniable authority. He completely shuts down the brute's philosophy, arguing that excess muscle only adds unnecessary weight that dulls a fighter's speed, and that true strength comes from naturally training only what is strictly necessary. Insulted by the Beastman's dismissal of his life's work, the headband warrior scowls. He steps right into Claude's personal space and demands a physical test to prove whose training method is superior. This intense close-up perfectly captures the boiling point. The muscular man grins with a vicious, competitive fire, while Claude glares right back, refusing to yield a single inch to the brute. Caught in the crossfire of this testosterone-fueled standoff, Hibiki can only manage a weak, nervous smile, desperately wishing they were already safely rolling around on their day off. Even when you try a step away from the battlefield, the clash of ideologies, whether it's refined technique versus raw, brute strength, creates an inescapable gravity that pulls you right back into the conflict. The muscular warrior with the headband suddenly drops his casual demeanor. An immense, suffocating aura of raw power violently erupts from his body, completely blowing away the surrounding dust. Hibiki gasps, immediately activating his intellectual's eyes to automatically scan the opponent's status interface. Looking at this glowing status window, we can see exactly who they are dealing with. The interface shatters Hibiki's expectations, revealing the man as Pals Delyard, a level 79 Holy Knight. More importantly, his title explicitly reads Guildmaster. As shown in this panel, Pals doesn't hesitate. Completely shirtless and rippling with muscles, he dashes forward with terrifying speed, launching a heavy barrage of explosive punches directly at the beastman, Claude. The simple training dispute instantly skyrockets into a catastrophic clash between two apex predators. The surrounding townsfolk gather around in absolute panic. The distinguished former S-rank adventurer abandons all restraint, fighting shirtless in the middle of the street. We can see Claude's competitive fire in this panel. He stands his ground, absorbing the devastating impacts and blocking the strikes before launching his own fierce counterattack. The tactical situation escalates further at the bottom of this page. Pals draws his weapons and confidently drops into a terrifying combat stance, executing his legendary twin swordsmanship technique. This sequence shows the sheer kinetic force pushing Claude backward. Operating under an active curse that puts him at a strict disadvantage, his boots carve deep trenches into the dirt to withstand Pal's rapid fleet step assault. In this final panel, the two warriors clash their legendary weapons, Claude using armament fangs against Pal's spearmanship technique. The resulting impact leaves them panting and trembling, yet openly grinning as they praise each other's strength. They are clearly having the time of their lives, but their mutual enjoyment of this intense brawl has entirely blinded them to the immense collateral damage they are causing to the city around them. Suddenly, a dark, terrifyingly cold aura descends upon the street. Jewel, the feline guild receptionist, marches through the crowd, projecting a physical chill of unfiltered rage. A stray shockwave from the warriors' battle violently obliterates a nearby building, blowing its heavy wooden doors to pieces. The tavern owner stands in the wreckage, wailing in absolute despair as their livelihood is reduced to splinters. Seeing that a physical intervention is impossible, Venny the familiar steps in to coordinate a counter-strategy. Sitting confidently atop Lillian's head, the tiny creature addresses Jewel directly. These panels show the trap being meticulously formulated. Recognizing the scent of water and ice magic on Jewel, Venny whispers a coordinated plan and directs Hibiki to stand in a very specific location to act as the magical anchor. Subduing raw S-rank physical power requires precision. Rather than attempting to intervene with brute force, the team opts for a perfectly timed combined application of tactical support magic. Back in the ruined street, Pals and Claude stand surrounded by rubble, their bodies giving off intense steam as they prepare for their final clash. Here we see the critical first step of the trap. From the sidelines, Hibiki perfectly executes his role, casting Support Magic, Hypersense, Enhanced Touch, washing a glowing aura over both combatants. As shown here, Jewel casts a minuscule Ice Spit spell onto the back of Hibiki's neck. Thanks to the sympathetic magic trap, that tiny prickle is amplified into a massive, agonizing shock, forcing the Guildmaster to freeze mid-attack as his senses are overwhelmed. Jewel doesn't give them a single second to recover. This massive splash illustrates her terrifying, sadistic escalation, dropping a cold cascade waterfall directly onto the confused and paralyzed fighters. Ignoring Pal's whimpering apologies, Jewel unleashes her ultimate punishment. This final image captures the exact moment she casts Crystal of Ice Age, instantly flash-freezing the men into a gigantic, solid block of ice, trapping their horrified expressions inside. The high-octane brawl between legendary warriors ends not with a finishing blow, but with two S-rank legends preserved in a solid block of ice, frozen in pure shock. 3 days later, the ice thaws. Pals and Claude kneel, shivering and stammering apologies in pure defeat. Towering over them with a mallet, Jewel orders them to take responsibility, sentencing them to grueling manual labor to repair the broken buildings. While the powerhouses suffer through forced construction work, Hibiki, Lillian, and Vinay relax at a cafe. Their entire vacation is conveniently funded by the Guildmaster's compensation money. Days later, Claude returns to the inn. This panel shows his deeply haggard, depressed appearance. With heavy dark bags under his eyes and messy fur, he looks exactly like an exhausted pet dog who barely made it home. Yet his legendary stamina kicks in by the very next morning. Claude completely recovers, bursting into the room radiating intense energy and cheerfully demanding to take on 13 quests in a single day. Weeks later, the dynamic has completely shifted. This wide shot of the tavern shows pals frequently joining the party for a massive dinner, laughing heartily and sharing a drink right alongside Claude. The shared trauma of a near-death magical punishment and grueling forced community service successfully stripped away their warrior hubris. A rivalry that nearly destroyed a city block has settled into a genuine peaceful brotherhood. After weeks of grueling combat, Hibiki's party has found a comfortable rhythm. Sitting in a bustling tavern, Hibiki confirms he has just hit level 12. Claude suggests leaving town once they reach D rank. Hibiki agrees instantly with a bright smile, completely unaware of how his casual phrasing impacts his friends. This casual banter relies on an assumption of total unity. The party has spent months building what looks like a permanent found family, but that bond is built on a foundation of shared goals that are about to diverge. Hibiki reveals his true motivation. He plans to find the legendary sages of Labyrinth City, the only individuals powerful enough to help him find a way back to his original world on Earth. The cheerful atmosphere at the table dissolves. Lillian stares at him in sheer distress and whispers a single question. Is he actually leaving them? Claude moves to stabilize the group, reminding Lillian that wanting to go home is natural. He then pledges to protect Hibiki until that day comes. That absolute loyalty fills Hibiki with guilt. Lying awake in bed that night, he realizes he has been treating these people as temporary tools, failing to consider the pain his departure will cause Lillian and Claude. By hiding his endgame, Hibiki has effectively built their relationship on a timer. The sudden revelation of his true goal fractures their unity, replacing their easy trust with a heavy, lingering tension. The previous warmth is gone. As the party enters the eastern forest the next morning, the mood is heavy and silent, matching the oppressive atmosphere of the woods around them. They throw themselves into their work to avoid the emotional rift. They grind through low-level quests with mechanical efficiency, using their professional duties to escape discussing the previous night's fallout. As the sun begins to set, the distraction starts to show. Hibiki checks his radar but completely fails to locate their final target, the high-level silver ruby wolf on the map interface. Rushing to finish their task before the town gates close, the party's focus is split. This deep internal emotional preoccupation severely blunts their situational awareness just as they approach a dangerous encounter. A young E-rank adventurer named Evil suddenly bursts out of the bushes. She holds up her hands and warns them that she just spotted the silver ruby wolf while on a gathering quest nearby. The encounter follows the pattern of classic anime banter. Evil berates Hibiki, assuming he is too young to handle a D-rank monster, while Hibiki stubbornly insists on his status as an adult adventurer. Before leaving, Evil tosses Hibiki a dark purple fruit. She claims it's a kulik fruit, an ingredient in nutritional supplements used to relieve fatigue during a hunt. Hibiki eats it immediately and regrets it. He ends up gagging from the intensely bitter flavor, while Claude mercilessly chuckles at his master from the sidelines. This slapstick interaction masks the introduction of a new physical variable into the party's ecosystem. By wrapping her actions in a familiar comedic trope, Evil leaves Hibiki and his companions focused on a bitter joke, rather than the fruit itself. The party finally corners their prey. Claude executes a high-speed tactical maneuver, successfully herding the massive white-furred wolf directly into a steep, rocky ravine. Hibiki checks his radar one last time. The interface shows no other monsters in the vicinity, creating a sense of absolute security as he locks his aim onto the wolf. Miles away, Evil's true plan emerges. She has gambled that in a crisis, Claude's absolute loyalty will force the vanguard to prioritize his master's life over his own tactical positioning. The anomaly strikes without warning. The silver ruby wolf ignores the heavily armed Claude and lunges directly at Hibiki, the archer in the backline. The kulik fruit operates as a targeted biological lure. The juices Hibiki ingested emit a scent that overpowers the monster's natural instincts, forcing it to target him specifically, regardless of the threat in front of it. The monster's jagged fangs sink deep into Hibiki's shoulder and chest. The impact results in a violent spray of blood as he is torn away. The wolf releases its grip, and Hibiki collapses backward, falling lifeless into the dirt. His bow clatters uselessly beside him, while his companions scream. Hibiki's emotional distraction and Ival's manipulation effectively neutralized the party's combat advantages. Between the emotional rift slowing their reactions and a physical lure bypassing their vanguard, their established teamwork collapsed at the moment of impact.
Hibiki is bleeding out inside a pitch-black, completely sealed stone box. But bracing for the end, he realizes his wounds have completely closed up. He's healed, and now his only priority is breaking through the heavy stone to save Lillian. A severe wave of dizziness hits him as a massive system window floods his vision, displaying an absolute avalanche of numbers. His job level jumps 10 spots instantly, and right down here, the surge forcibly unlocks an impossible new arsenal. Most terrifyingly, sacred beast summoning. In a world bound by rigid magical rules, Hibiki is trapped in a literal stone prison. Receiving a sudden, unearned trap of god-tier stats is the only mathematical way he can generate the sheer force needed to shatter those walls. While Hibiki hesitates, the chief god's voice drops directly into his mind. He cheerfully ignores the chaos outside and openly urges Hibiki to activate this highly dangerous, untested summoning spell immediately.
Hibiki is terrified of the magic, but he accepts the risk. As he officially triggers the skill, this glowing system prompt locks him into a strict mechanical time limit. He has exactly 300 seconds. The summoning magic violently manifests in reality. A deafening column of pure white light erupts, completely obliterating the stone box from the inside out. Hibiki has the freedom and the power he needs, but for the next 5 minutes, his survival depends entirely on staying inside that 300-second window. As the dust settles, the aftermath reveals Hibiki sitting casually atop a massive, imposing white tiger. The creature's fur crackles continuously with blinding, intense electricity. He jumps down, utterly relieved to find Lillian unconscious but safe on the dirt. That brief relief is immediately cut short by a silver emerald wolf stalking toward them. The massive tiger steps directly between Hibiki and the threat. Here in this text bubble, the beast projects terrifying authority, officially declaring its legendary identity, Venezuelan Estor Ferretiano, the sacred beast of lightning. It sentences the wolf to total annihilation. This screen-filling catastrophic strike is Judge End, a singular bolt of lightning that vaporizes the enemy, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Watching a high-level enemy vanish in a single strike changes the math of the entire forest. Before this, they were prey. Now they've seen what a god-tier familiar can actually do to the local ecosystem. Hibiki quickly tries to capitalize on the moment, ordering the beast to rush back and assist their vanguard, Claude. The tiger flatly refuses. With a comedic poof, the terrifying apex predator is replaced by a tiny cat lazily stretching on Lillian's head. In this dotted text box, the system reveals the harsh mechanics, punishing their miracle with a crushing 72-hour cooldown. The cat raises a tiny paw and projects this hologram. It reveals the true threat hunting them down, the silver diamond wolf, a monster so dangerous it vastly outclasses anything Claude has faced. The tiger is gone, and the 5-minute miracle is over. Now they're standing in front of a silver diamond wolf, with 0 backup and a 3-day wait for their next trump card. Even though their HP and MP bars are entirely depleted, Hibiki and Lillian stubbornly refuse to abandon their vanguard. They declare they are running back into the fight. The system unexpectedly chimes in, recommending Hibiki use a newly acquired skill, the Medicine God's Staff. Veni the cat absolutely loses its mind in terror, shocked a human possesses something this rare. This data box breaks down the blatantly overpowered mechanics. It is an SS-ranked blessing that requires 0 magic to cast and completely restores all health, stamina, and magic while instantly clearing fatigue. Hibiki holds out his hand and commands the activation. A brilliant, restorative light washes over the party, and their stamina miraculously resets to maximum capacity. Bypassing the biological rules of exhaustion entirely shifts the party from defenseless victims straight back into fully equipped combatants. Suddenly, a massive, ornate wooden bow drops directly out of the tree canopy above and lands with a heavy thud in the dirt. The chief god casually chimes into Hibiki's mind, offering the weapon as a personal apology. Looking at this readout, the godly bow possesses an SSS rarity ranking and fires literal arrows of light at the actual speed of light. While Hibiki gratefully shoulders the divine weapon, Veni the cat screams violently at the heavens, furious that the chief god is blatantly cheating the rigid rules of their reality. Fully restored and armed to the teeth, Hibiki commands an earth golem lion. The massive stone beast tears through the forest as the party charges aggressively back toward the battlefield. In a world this lethal, survival means using every divine gift available. Hibiki isn't just following the rules anymore. He's using these miracles to pull his team back from the edge.
In the eastern forest, our party moves at breakneck speed. Riding a massive stone lion, they tear through the underbrush to reach their vanguard. But there's a serious problem. As seen in this system interface, Hibiki has been hit with a debuff called cognitive impairment. This system-level block actively blinds him from accessing his world map, destroying the party's spatial awareness. Fortunately, his skill overrides the debuff, projecting a functional grid back into his vision. But what that map reveals is terrifying. The grid is flooded with red dots, 10 hostiles on the right, 8 on the left, 6 in front, and 6 in reserve. The sheer coordination of these clusters suggests a sophisticated level of tactical planning. A simple trek is now a high-stakes rescue mission into a preset kill zone. Facing a massive numerical disadvantage, Hibiki decides to test his newly acquired weapon, the godly bow. He's openly doubtful that his archery skills can handle a simultaneous ambush from dozens of wolves. His weapon features powerful system assistance. In this combat interface, an intricate targeting crosshair materializes over the enemy's head. The system locks in a 100% hit rate. Releasing the string, he fires arrows of pure light, violently obliterating the beasts. Meanwhile, his mage companion Lillian ramps up her magical output to 30%. As shown here, she unleashes a colossal, invisible blade of pressurized air that completely wipes out the remaining left flank in a single strike. The party clears entire flanks without breaking their stride. Between the light speed accuracy of the bow and Lillian's wide-scale magical output, there's no evidence any monster in this forest can survive long enough to even touch them. Pushing through the decimated ambush lines, the party finally breaks the tree line. They arrive in the central clearing just in time to assist their Beastman vanguard, Claude, who has been holding his ground. Standing in the center of that clearing is the true orchestrator of the ambush, a massive, diamond-horned beast known as the Silver Diamond Wolf. Claude immediately launches his ultimate offensive maneuver. Looking at this sequence, Claude drives forward with an intense, high-speed spear technique called the one-point thrust, but the beast gracefully and effortlessly jumps back to evade the lethal strike. Even at the peak of a Beastman's speed, Claude's signature strike fails to connect. The Silver Diamond Wolf possesses a level of agility that places it in an entirely different tier of threat than the wolves they just encountered. The wolf instantly counters. As you can see in this panel, the beast exhales a putrid stream of dark energy directly into Claude's chest, resulting in a massive splatter of dark blood as the vanguard violently collapses. Hibiki desperately tries to provide covering fire, but the targeting system gives him an explicit, terrifying warning. In the UI here, the usually flawless crosshair completely flatlines, blinking a 0% chance of accuracy. He ignores the warning and fires anyway. The supposedly unavoidable light arrow hits an invisible adamantine barrier directly in front of the beast. We see it violently ricochet off in a sparking impact, proving the absolute impossibility of penetrating the defensive wall. The combination of that flatlining accuracy reading and an impenetrable magical barrier instantly strips away the party's power fantasy.
The previous display of dominance is gone, replaced entirely by pure, undefended horror. The stakes immediately hit a critical peak. The massive boss now looms triumphantly over the fallen beastman, lowering its terrifying jaws for the final, bloody execution. An emergency protocol kicks in.
This UI prompt shows the loyalty system activating, tied to the glowing crest on Hibiki's hand. This triggers an immediate mechanical effect, Summon Night. With a burst of light, Claude is instantly teleported backward into the safety of the backline. Removing Claude from the immediate vicinity saves the vanguard, but it also removes the only physical obstacle between the wolf and the casters. The apex predator now redirects its unmitigated wrath onto the completely exposed support party. Realizing its prey was stolen, the boss pivots to face the remaining party members. It immediately launches into a ground-shattering explosive charge straight toward them. In a final bid for survival, Lillian pours exactly 100% of her massive magical reserves into a single defense. As depicted here, she summons a towering, pressurized protective wind layer, completely enveloping the group in a massive tornado. But the beast doesn't even slow down. This sequence shows the monster crashing headfirst into their ultimate defense, completely shattering the pressurized magical barrier in a single, violent collapse. The wind barrier shatters like glass. The party's earlier display of magical superiority was a total illusion. With their strongest attacks deflected, their best defense instantly obliterated, they have exactly one remaining option: abandon the fight, heal their vanguard, and flee for their lives to avoid total annihilation.
Urgent. Right now, a fragile magical tornado is the only thing standing between a dying man and the massive, corrupted wolf trying to tear him apart. Inside that storm, a young healer named Hibiki is in a frantic race against the clock. He needs to repair his vanguard, Claude, before the external wind barrier completely collapses. This system prompt captures the exact moment the magical interface finishes its internal medical scan of Claude's body. The readout displays severe physical trauma, immediately flagging massive blood loss and critical internal organ damage. But the worst threat is listed right below that as Condition 3. The scan detects a highly lethal substance inside Claude's veins, Deereth poison. Hibiki quickly pieces the timeline together. Claude hasn't eaten or drank anything corrupted recently. The poison could only have entered his bloodstream through physical combat. The wolf's assault has transformed the nature of the encounter. By saturating the air with toxin, it has forced a biological countdown that Hibiki's healing spells were never meant to solve. Realizing the true nature of the threat, Hibiki pulls his attention away from his bleeding friend to analyze the massive creature outside. This status screen reveals an impossible paradox. The wolf itself is actively dying from the exact same deadly Deereth poison it infected Claude with. The interface highlights the reason why. The monster is shackled by a soul impartation, a dark binding spell forcing it into absolute obedience under an external human master. To endure the agonizing venom melting its own insides, the beast relies on a specific biological loophole, a status abnormality skill that temporarily blocks the sensation of pain. This means the entire assault is a deliberate, suicidal tactic. The enemy is weaponizing its own dying body to simply outlast the hero's healing capabilities. Hibiki's magical interface confirms that the lethal poison in Claude's system has been successfully neutralized, but when he tries to cast Perfect Heal to restore Claude's body, the system throws a harsh error. Extraction failed due to insufficient magic power. The party's magic reserves are completely tapped out because their defending mage is burning through her energy to rebuild the wind barrier after every single hit from the wolf. Look at this numerical readout. Her mana pool is in a total freefall, rapidly draining from 389 down to 376, down to 363 in a matter of seconds. Out of options, Hibiki is forced to compromise. He casts a lower tier spell, Extra Heal, which forcefully knits the deep gashes in Claude's flesh back together. But the compromise carries a fatal limitation. The lesser spell repairs the tissue, but it cannot synthesize the massive amount of blood Claude already lost on the grass. He is completely immobilized. The group hits a mathematical dead end. They lack the magic needed to maintain their defense, and they lack the blood required to run away. This panel captures Claude's absolute surrender. Barely conscious, he looks up at Hibiki and begs his master to leave him behind to survive. Hibiki viscerally rejects the logic. He refuses to treat his comrade as a sacrificial pawn. However, choosing to allocate the last scraps of their magic to heal Claude means the defensive shield is now running on fumes. The wind barrier completely collapses, violently exploding outward in a storm of magic as the massive enemy finally breaches their fragile perimeter. Look at the sheer scale difference in this moment. The total failure of their resources leaves a fragile, unarmored human throwing his arms out to shield an immovable body from a towering apex predator. As the execution looms, the psychological toll peaks. A hallucinatory phantom of the enemy mastermind sneers in Hibiki's mind, mocking their impending deaths. Heavy tears hit the dirt. Hibiki briefly interrogates his own despair, questioning whether he's crying out of the fear of dying or the sorrow of losing friends. This panel captures Hibiki as he stops searching for a tactical exit. He sobs openly, finally giving voice to a desire that is entirely separate from logic. He simply refuses to let them go. Amidst the chaos, an ethereal, divine voice cuts through his thoughts, commanding him to take that raw, selfish desire and forge it into a spoken wish. With the math of their defense already at zero, Hibiki has reached the limit of strategy. Survival now depends entirely on whether his own raw emotional demand has enough weight to force reality to change. This panel shows Hibiki looking directly down at his dying vanguard, projecting his absolute, desperate plea straight into Claude's soul. "You said you'd protect me." That selfish command triggers an impossible physiological reaction. Claude's eyes snap open as his master's wish floods his dying veins with pure, explosive adrenaline. Deep within his own subconscious, the torch is officially passed. The spirit of a legendary past hero smiles, handing over his absolute power to the Beastman. As awakened mode triggers, the system interface fragments. The digital text dictating Claude's limits shatters, recalculating under Hibiki's command. The rewritten interface exposes reality. The binding spells vanish, revealing Claude's true condition, a level 95 hero bound by a true master-servant contract. This panel shows the explosive result. By embracing an absolute emotional bond, they override the world's limitations, giving Claude the physical power to obliterate the invincible wolf in a single catastrophic strike.
The moment Claude's fist connects, it completely obliterates the silver diamond wolf's adamantine barrier, turning the crystalline defense into dust. The system rewrites Claude's status back to his legendary form. He immediately unleashes the strong arm technique, Diamond Break, overwhelming the beast's defense. When the massive wolf lunges for his blind spot, Claude reacts without even turning his head. He spins into a fast kick, smashing his boot directly into the creature's jaw and sending a sprain of dark blood into the air. Despite the chaos, Claude immediately checks on his master, Hibiki. In a single motion, he scoops up the unconscious party members, lifts Hibiki in his other arm, and executes a rapid dash to the safety of the tree line. The battlefield dynamic flips in a matter of seconds. Claude is no longer operating as a cursed knight. His reclaimed physical power has neutralized the threat and shifted the momentum entirely. Safely behind the trees, Hibiki offers his own short sword to the vanguard. Claude gently declines. Instead, the legendary vanguard raises an empty hand, pulling in a pulsing, multicolored sphere of light formed entirely from surrounding elemental magics. The system interface confirms the manifestation of the SSS rank Spirit's Grand Blade. Forged by spirits in the surrounding area, its description specifies that its attack power ranks among the highest in the world, creating an indestructible framework designed to channel massive energy. To complete the weapon, the Earth Emperor herself materializes as a young girl in a frilly dress. As one of the 4 Spirit Emperors, she physically resides within the glowing spear, pushing it to the pinnacle of its potential. The presence of the Earth Emperor signifies that Claude's strength is now channeled through the highest tier of spiritual authority, providing an indestructible weapon that can finally withstand the entirety of his full legendary power.
With his weapon secured, Claude triggers a soaring leap, vanishing from the ground with an explosive boom and launching himself high above the forest canopy. From the sky, he targets the silver diamond wolf with murderous point, weaponizing pure killing intent to physically buckle the beast's legs and paralyze it. Now perfectly aligned, Claude unleashes spearmanship, strongarm, and core control, channeling every ounce of his muscular strength directly into the indestructible holy sword. To guarantee the hit, he applies pointing gravitation. By forging the spear in chains of gravity, he locks the strike onto the corrupted beast, making it impossible for the wolf to dodge or block. This setup removes any chance of evasion. By merging maximum gravitational pull with divine indestructible force, Claude ensures the strike results in inescapable destruction. Claude drops like a localized meteor. The resulting critical pierce strike triggers a massive shockwave that uproots the tree line, throwing Hibiki backward across the dirt. Approaching the smoking crater, Hibiki's system interface scans the corpse. The text confirms the head of the silver diamond wolf is dead, and notes that the tainted soul possessing the creature has been released. Beside the remains, a gentle, ethereal light shimmers into existence. The ghost of a beautiful, silver-haired elf appears, smiling peacefully as she thanks Hibiki. But as Claude returns to check on Hibiki, his legendary aura fades. A system window pops up, stating the 120-second time limit has expired. The text continues, deactivating the awakened mode of Hibiki's inherent skill, Intellectual's Eyes, which granted Claude his strength. Claude's return to legendary power operated on a fixed clock. Now stripped of that divine armor, he is forced back into his disabled body, leaving him to face the lingering emotional weight of his past. Before the magic entirely dissipates, the tiny Earth Emperor gently pats the towering wolf on the arm. She offers a motherly blessing, urging her beloved child to continue fighting his fate, even when he feels lonely. Despite defeating a monster that nearly killed them all, Claude immediately submits. He drops to one knee, bowing his head in guilt to apologize to Hibiki. Reading through this dialogue breakdown, we learn the truth about the beast. It was a former ally of his, controlled by a fragmented soul belonging to Anastasia, a spirit sorcerer who betrayed him a year ago. The darkest layer of this trauma is that Claude already killed her with his own hands. Yet he still begs for judgment, convinced that he is responsible for the residual attacks of her mind-controlled victims. We see a massive disconnect between his physical and mental fortitude. A knight who can shatter adamantine with his bare hands is defenseless against the irrational guilt born from his own trauma. Hibiki completely rejects this self-blame. Instead of anger, he points out the facts. Claude was betrayed, cursed, and mutilated. He was dragged into this fight by an enemy who marked him. Hibiki steps forward, placing his hand gently on the beast man's heavily scarred arm. He anchors the broken knight in reality, confirming that Claude is the victim and holds no blame for the attack. Overcome by this kindness, Claude grips the boy's hand in both of his own. With total devotion, he swears a binding oath to protect and serve his master, begging Hibiki to keep his feelings close, even if they must one day part. Hibiki shouts back, refusing to accept the idea of leaving his party. But before he can cement his promise, a sudden wave of dizziness hits, and he collapses into Claude's arms as the physical toll of the awakened mode shuts his body down. Warm, conclusive. Hibiki's unconditional acceptance offers the hero a sense of peace that combat skills and indestructible weapons could never provide. The connection between master and knight becomes the true source of healing in the wake of the battle.
High above the mortal world, the celestial realm is in the middle of a domestic dispute. The god of darkness has her claws buried in the god of magic's head, punishing him for a reckless stunt that nearly killed a fragile human child down on Earth. But the child didn't die. The chief god of this world took a rare interest in his plight, granting him a survival tool he was never supposed to have, the sacred beast summoning skill. The scale of this intervention is massive. Look at the system readout. While the boy slept, his power was artificially inflated, jumping from level 12 to level 25 in a single instant just to keep him breathing. To these gods, Hibiki is just a fragile statistic requiring a bit of divine pity. They see the skill points, but they are completely overlooking the actual human resilience starting to take root below. On the ground, that divine intervention feels like a distant dream. Hibiki wakes up in the soft morning light of an inn, greeted by Lillian's relieved smile and the smell of a fresh meal. The immediate safety of the room is anchored by the presence of Claude. The Beastman stands nearby as a silent, towering wall of protection, a physical reminder that Hibiki isn't facing this world alone. While the heavens debate stats and skills, Hibiki is occupied with the physical reality of the people sitting next to him. These divine gifts are powerful, but they are currently secondary to the warmth of the room and the companions who stayed by his side. The morning turns into a celebration. The innkeeper has laid out a massive feast, eggs, bread, and meat that would challenge a much larger party. The peace is short-lived. Vene, the cat familiar, immediately tries to inhale the entire spread at lightning speed. Hibiki has to frantically defend his own plate, wrestling the gluttonous cat away from his breakfast. Claude watches this loud, playful panic with a gentle, fatherly smile. He seems content to observe how easily these mismatched individuals have fallen into a shared rhythm. Once the meal settles, the mood shifts. Hibiki calls the table to attention, his eyes losing their comedic panic as he prepares to discuss their next move. This chaotic, mundane joy is what Hibiki values most. It is the life he has built by hand, and it's the treasure he's determined to protect as they head toward the next dungeon. The operational goal is clear: conquer the northern dungeon, reach the underground city of Terradanus, and find the sage. Hibiki is pulled toward two different lives. He longs for the family and friends left behind in his previous world. Yet he has found a home here, training in magic, sharing meals, and the feeling of accomplishment when they finish a job together. Most people would choose one world or the other. Hibiki chooses both. He declares a wildly ambitious goal. He will find a way back to his original world, bringing his new family along so he never has to say goodbye. This demand resonates deeply with Claude. The Beastman drops to one knee, placing a massive hand over his heart. He pledges his body and mind to Hibiki's will, vowing to protect his master for his whole life. This refusal to accept a tragic parting has cemented the group's commitment. They are no longer just travelers following a path. They are now an organized force, bound to a single, impossible wish. The party moves from the inn to the Adventurers Guild, where they are met by the imposing, terrifying aura of Guildmaster Pals. Pals is furious. He blames Hibiki's near-death experience on a lack of physical strength and threatens to personally lead him through a hellish training regimen from tomorrow morning. The room suddenly drops to freezing temperatures. Jewel, the receptionist, calmly casts a spell that traps the massive Pals inside a block of solid ice, silencing him so she can handle the paperwork. Jewel slides a thick envelope across the table. It is a massive financial reward for the party's achievement, the successful hunt of a diamond wolf and 50 ruby wolves. Neutralizing a threat that would have destroyed a town earns a serious payout. This reward is the guild's formal acknowledgement that Hibiki's presence has become a significant factor in the local hierarchy. The money is just the beginning. Based on their kill count, the guild is officially promoting Hibiki and Claude to C-rank adventurers, allowing them to bypass the lower tiers entirely. This promotion comes with a hidden benefit. By skipping these ranks, Hibiki and Lillian are legally excused from Claude's own intense Spartan training march, a relief that they celebrate in secret. But new ranks require new preparation. Their equipment was shattered in the last battle, and their new fortune needs to be spent on high-quality tools and food before they dare step into the northern dungeon. When Hibiki asks for a recommendation on where to shop, both Jewel and the newly unthawed Pals give the same answer: the Debbie Company. A horrific phantom scent of pure greed seems to wash over Hibiki. He remembers the slave merchant associated with that name, and his face twists in absolute terror.
Hibiki has survived the gods and mythic beasts, but his next challenge is far more grounded. He's about to face the relentless, crushing reality of his new world's economy. Cut to black. Standing before the Debbie Company trading house, Hibiki prepares for his first major logistical hurdle. They are immediately greeted at the entrance by Ajarathan, who offers a dramatic, elegant bow. Business decorum quickly shifts into something physical. Ajarathan leans backward, sniffing the air with absolute fervor. He declares the air is filled with the scent of money, evaluating clients through their aroma. Hibiki grows nervous as they enter. He points out Claude, expecting a barrage of questions. Last time, Claude was a crippled slave missing 3 limbs. Now he stands completely healed. Ajarathan bows, explaining that if foul play occurred, the god of magic would have punished Hibiki. Since no divine retribution has fallen, the merchant sees no reason to investigate further. This faith-based mercantile logic provides a surprising layer of security. Ajarathan's belief in divine market rules ensures the party can conduct business without fear of authorities.
Ajarathan presents a massive spread of elite weapons and magical items across the showroom floor. The volume of high-tier gear suggests this is one of the most well-stocked companies in the kingdom. Hibiki selects a wind layer tunic. It is a lightweight piece imbued with an arrow veil, which creates a thin layer of moving air to divert incoming physical attacks. These system readouts confirm the high-end enchantments on Lillian's new kit. She equips a guardian robe for temporary defensive boosts, an evasive dress with auto-dodge support, a mithril magic storing bracelet, and a detoxification brooch to counter dungeon traps. The party is converting raw capital into tactical survivability. These automated defenses drastically reduce the group's vulnerability to environmental hazards and sudden dungeon ambushes. Ajarathan throws his arms open and announces the bill. 1,200 gold. Hibiki and Lillian both freeze, their brains short-circuiting at a number that sounds like it belongs to another language. Claude abruptly leans in, but not to argue. Instead, the veteran adventurer declares the price a bargain. He explains that buying this volume of gear elsewhere would cost at least 1,500 gold, saving them a massive 300 gold premium. An instant camaraderie forms as Claude and Ajarathan shake hands. They bond over high-quality economics and fair pricing, leaving a bewildered Hibiki to watch the two of them celebrate a transaction that just cost him a fortune. Claude's perspective reframes the group's finances. In a dungeon, gold is only as valuable as the protection it buys, and Claude recognizes that Ajarathan's gear is priced for survival rather than maximum exploitation. Turning to weapons, Claude selects Magnetica, a magic 3-section spear. Ajarathan interjects, noting that the weapon possesses hidden properties that even his staff couldn't fully identify. When Ajarathan asks Hibiki for his appraisal skill level to verify the spear, Hibiki casually drops a bombshell. He answers, level 5. He has no idea that he just described a statistical impossibility. Ajarathan's composure shatters. He explains that professional appraisers typically work at level 1 or 2. Even his most experienced veteran only reaches level 3. Sensing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ajarathan offers a deal. If Hibiki uses his level 5 skill to appraise every item in the warehouse, he will grant the party a 10% discount on their entire bill. Hibiki pushes back, demanding a 20% discount plus a free carriage and supplies. Ajarathan agrees instantly, enthusiastically spinning Hibiki around the room while shaking hands. The labor takes all evening. By the time he finishes, a drained Hibiki collapses on a couch. His work brings the final bill down to 1,400 gold, covering all the gear and the logistical supplies. Hibiki's divine gifts translate directly into purchasing power. By leveraging his appraisal level, he secured the party's mobility and equipment while leaving them with a significant gold reserve for the road ahead. While Ajarathan's workshop builds their custom carriage over the next 14 days, the party manages their final logistics. They step into an open field outside the city walls for the next phase of recovery. Hibiki thrusts his hand forward and activates Relief Measure. A brilliant, glowing light erupts from his palm and envelops Claude, beginning the ritual to strip away another part of the hero's curse. The magic deviates violently from their previous attempts. Instead of simple scissors appearing, a 7-chain curse triggers. Thick,
Ominous black iron materializes out of the air and begins choking Claude with terrifying force. A blinding flash clears the dark iron, leaving behind a tiny, three-eyed rabbit floating midair. With top-tier armor and a veteran hero at his side, Hibiki is ready for the dungeon, until the ritual ends not with a broken curse, but with a tiny, three-eyed rabbit striking a pose. Even with divine equipment and a full treasury, the magic guiding their journey remains entirely outside their control.
Meet Carbuncle, a tiny, three-eyed rabbit who proudly announces itself as the sacred beast of light, serving the great chief god directly. Hibiki and Lillian drop their guard, crouching in the grass, mesmerized by the fluff, happily scratching the divine creature. But right behind them, a dark aura gathers. Claude, the towering wolf beastman, glares with extreme hostility at the tiny animal stealing his master's attention. His jealousy hits such a boiling point that the cursed black chains binding his body violently tighten, grinding into his chest as he roars in pain. Hibiki watches the display of raw, struggling power and completely misreads the situation, cheering Claude on under the belief that the knight is breaking the curse through sheer willpower alone. The party has a literal god-sent beast ready to dispel dark magic, but the operation halts because the warrior is throwing a murderous, petty tantrum. Vene the cat quickly steps in, violently smacking Hibiki on the back of the head with a paper fan to snap him out of his misplaced awe. Vene yells of the terrified Carbuncle to cast its spell before Claude does something stupid. Heavenly intervention freezes entirely, leaving a cat to forcibly manage the panicking group. Carbuncle finally steps forward. Taking a deep breath, it channels a swirling aura of light, executing fate magic and declaring its title over happiness. High above, massive, ethereal glowing hands materialize out of thin air, reaching down to firmly grasp the indestructible iron wrapped around the knight. The tiny rabbit strains, forcing the divine hands to pull heavily against the cursed metal. With a deafening crack, the glowing hands completely shatter the iron. The broken links instantly dissolve, and Claude unleashes an earth-shattering roar. This glowing system stat window pops up instantly, confirming the success of the magic. With the suppression gone, Claude's level surges to 95, massively boosting his entire profile. Heaven's power flawlessly executed its mission, but it required the trembling desperation of a panicked rabbit to make it happen. Dropping to one knee, Claude offers profound, formal gratitude to the rabbit for breaking the curse, yet he fiercely grinds his fangs, projecting a dark, blood-curdling menace the entire time. Carbuncle completely loses its mind. When Hibiki casually invites the rabbit to stay for a meal, it wails in absolute terror, rejecting the offer and demanding to leave immediately. The beast vanishes in a blinding flash of light, fleeing the mortal realm. Hibiki sighs, turns to his towering vanguard, and delivers the ultimate punishment, revoking Claude's dinner. Despite maxed-out stats, the fearsome warrior droops his ears in genuine guilt, brought completely to heel by the simple threat of a skipped meal. Far above, safely removed from the terrifying beastman, Carbuncle returns to the highest domain of heaven. Before the chief god, Carbuncle rewrites the day's events, smugly bragging that Claude was easily handled. The god smiles, assigning it the next dispelling mission. Carbuncle's confidence shatters. It sprints away, bawling its eyes out and begging to never return. By lying to save face in heaven, the divine beast inadvertently trapped itself, ensuring a quick return trip straight back to the wolf it just escaped. A full week after Claude's curse was lifted, the party sets off for a supply run, but Hibiki decides to stay behind for some rest. He tells his friends he won't even set foot outside the inn, choosing instead to spend the afternoon by the window with a book. This quiet reading session is interrupted when Tanya, the inn's maid, enters the room looking hesitant and flustered. She asks for a small portion of his time, leaning in so close that Hibiki is caught completely off guard by her physical proximity. Alone in a room with a beautiful woman, Hibiki feels his heart start to race as he struggles to maintain his composure.
Hibiki's plans for a solitary afternoon are gone, replaced by the unexpected pressure of a private request from Tanya. In the courtyard, Tanya reveals the source of distress: several overflowing baskets of dirty laundry and a broken, boxy washing machine. Tanya explains she correctly guessed he could use life magic because he stopped buying hot water, yet still smells like soap every morning despite coming home covered in dirt. Hibiki finds it difficult to focus while she's clasping her hands and pleading for help, especially with the view her leaning posture provides. To drown out his stray thoughts, Hibiki hyper-focuses on the promise of a reward, convincing himself that her offer of service means he'll be getting a massive multi-course meal. He gets to work immediately, casting Bubble Wash. A powerful magical wind and a torrent of purifying bubbles clean and dry every piece of clothing in seconds. The laundry is finished, but the broken machinery still looms over the courtyard, threatening to shut down the inn's washing services entirely. A week-long wait for a manufacturer's repairman means a week of lost revenue for the inn, a loss Tanya is desperate to avoid. Hibiki decides to use the specialized appraisal skills he received from the god to see if he can diagnose the mechanical failure himself. The system readout identifies the exact failure point. The magic circle, responsible for power, has been significantly damaged over 5 years of operation. Hibiki activates magic analysis, which deciphers the kaleidoscope of geometrical patterns and generates a step-by-step restoration plan. Using automatic record, he touches the machine's panel to rewrite the intricate magic circle, imbuing it with the necessary mana to restore the design. The restored magic circle glows, and the machine vibrates back to life with a steady rumble, much to Tanya's complete disbelief. Satisfied with the repair, Hibiki waves goodbye and jogs off to find his dinner, leaving a pouting Tanya behind. Hibiki solves a complex engineering crisis with divine magic, yet walks away unaware the promised reward was meant to be a date. Hibiki heads back up to his room, feeling a sense of accomplishment after his success in the courtyard. A series of violent thuds and crashes suddenly rip through the building, followed by a terrifying howl that echoes down the halls. Hibiki dashes up the rest of the stairs as the sounds intensify, realizing the destruction is centered right where his party is staying. He reaches the upper hallway to find Lillian and Vene standing safely outside their room, though the door is already hanging open. He steps inside to find the room in ruins. The furniture is shattered, the bed is flipped, and a cold wind blows in through a window that has been forced wide open. Hibiki instantly adopts a serious expression, donning a deerstalker hat and a pipe to declare that this is officially a case. With the leisure of the afternoon destroyed, Hibiki turns his attention away from his book and toward the evidence of the violent intrusion.
Hibiki adjusts a checkered cap and strikes a dramatic pose, announcing his absolute determination to solve the mystery of the wrecked room. The investigation is immediately shut down when Lillian deadpans the obvious culprit. Claude did it. The towering beastman had returned to find the room entirely empty. Assuming the absolute worst, that Hibiki had been kidnapped, Claude spiraled into pure, unfiltered panic. He violently threw the bed and floor mats aside with a deafening roar, desperately searching everywhere. He shoved his face inside the dresser and even the trash can, before violently throwing the window open and leaping out into the streets, wailing for his master. Listening to this recap, an exasperated Hibiki pulls up his magical map. He watches a single dot rapidly zooming across the city grid at incredible speed, completely out of control. Vene, entirely unbothered by the chaos, calmly advises Hibiki to just leave the frantic beastman alone. The cat figures Claude will eventually run off his energy and return on his own. Despite wielding overwhelming magical power, this party operates like a highly dysfunctional family. Their internal chaos is driven by an intense, endearing attachment. With the wrecked room finally cleaned up, the atmosphere shifts to a calm, warm moment. Hibiki surprises Lillian with premium black tea and overflowing apple pie from the local bakery. Watching her smile, Hibiki reflects on her progress since the anxious days when they first met. Curious about her development, he casually activates his appraisal skill to check her current stats. This status window reveals a massive anomaly that sends Hibiki shooting out of his chair. Lillian has already reached level 2 and achieved the job of Sage. In this world, people supposedly cannot level up or gain a job class until adulthood. This diagram explains the mechanics behind her rapid growth.
Typically, when a person's status hits the level 1 cap, the gods grant a title, allowing them to level up alongside reaching adulthood. However, the raging sanctuary skill Lillian gained from her trial, combined with the heavy combat experience against the Jewel Wolves, accelerated her development and shattered the standard age restrictions entirely. Lillian has reached a level of magical aptitude that defies the known laws of growth. Her presence provides the party with a sage's support before they even reach the northern dungeon. The quiet tea time shatters as the room door flies open. A traumatized Claude stands in the doorway, staring wide-eyed at the boy he thought was gone. He completely ignores Hibeki's polite greeting. Driven by pure separation anxiety, the massive beastman lunges forward, tackling Hibeki into a crushing, tear-filled hug while wailing at the top of his lungs. Hibiki tries his best to be strict, threatening to withhold Claude's dinner as punishment for ransacking the room. But seeing the exhausted hero crying into his tea, Hibiki quickly caves, finalizing a warm evening plan of homemade stew. These messy, emotional interactions are the exact anchor this group relies on. Their deep personal bonds provide the emotional fortification needed to survive the perilous journey waiting ahead. The morning of their departure finally arrives. By the main gates, the party meets their carriage and the elegantly dressed merchant Ajirathan, who leans in to deeply inhale what he calls Hibiki's sweet scent of money. This technical breakdown of the shield user's bracelet outlines its core defensive functions. Hibiki fastens the black belt around Finay's neck, granting the familiar 2 magical stones capable of projecting a 2-meter physical and magical barrier to protect the entire group. Next, Hibiki pulls a massive, pristine white cloak from his bag for Claude. Deeply moved, the scarred beastman vows to treasure this pristine fabric for the rest of his life. Guildmaster Pals and the receptionist Jewel arrive to personally see them off. Beneath the warm farewell, Jewel delivers a serious warning. The dungeons ahead hold dangers that exceed anything they faced in the Eastern Forest. Pals can't help but stir the pot. He orders Claude to enforce muscle training on Hibiki, sparking an immediate, deadpan rejection from the beastman. The 2 warriors lower their stances, ready to brawl in the street until Hibiki finally commands the carriage to depart. Fully equipped and supported by the guild, the party steps out of the city walls at their peak. The heavy wooden wheels of the carriage rattle against the cobblestone. They leave the safety of Rowell, pushing out into the wide, sunlit plains. Brimming with pure anticipation, Hibiki leans out of the side of the transport. He points directly toward the distant mountains, declaring their target, the northern dungeon and the underground city of Terra Danis. Behind them, the bright optimism of the open road fades into heavy shadows. High atop the city's outer battlements, a solitary figure watches them leave. It's Evil. Her eyes narrow as she stares at the shrinking carriage, her face twisting into a malicious smirk. Surprised they survived before, she notes their current heading plays perfectly into her devious hands. She has a lethal, inescapable trap waiting for them at the northern dungeon. Hibiki and his companions ride toward the horizon with total confidence, blissfully unaware of the shadow watching from the walls. They're marching directly into a destination where every step has already been anticipated by Evil's design.
The steady clatter of carriage wheels marks Hibiki's departure from Raoul. Looking out the window, he processes the allies he met and the intense journey he survived. He assumes his friend Amalia will have safely finished her mysterious business by his return. Meanwhile, deep inside the kingdom of Fairnote, Amalia is stretching in the massive, opulent hot spring of the Steinbalt estate, but the relaxation is a mask. She was summoned home for a high-priority quest bearing the royal seal, a mission requiring her specific inherent skill. Yet her father, Marquis Giltre Steinbalt, is nowhere to be found. She has zero information about her objective. Her plan is to hunt her father down and immediately return to the outside world. That plan hits a roadblock in the form of her household staff. Stelia, the head maid, aggressively rattles the magically locked bathhouse door. Within seconds, the entire maid staff joins in, pounding on the heavy wood and demanding entry under the guise of helping her bathe. Stelia claims they've waited 5 years to finally see and caress Amalia's chest, a feature the staff has reverently named the Supreme Twin Dunes. Dealing with her staff only heightens her urgency to escape.
Amalia steps out of the bath to find her clothes missing, replaced by an extravagant off-the-shoulder ball gown. Stelia reveals that Amalia is slated to attend a royal evening party tonight, hosted by the king himself. Amalia immediately suspects her father orchestrated the event. He likely used the promise of a royal ball to lure her back to the capital. This ball isn't a social invitation, it's a trap. But it is also the only place she is likely to corner the Marquis. Her brother Lucretia strolls into the room to take credit, admitting he had the revealing dress custom-made to satisfy his own perverted preferences. Amalia offers no verbal rebuttal to his smugness. She immediately summons a high-level magic spell to clear the room. The cold cascade spell violently blasts Lucretia out of the dressing room, sending him plummeting into the bushes below. She tears the dress off the mannequin and commands her terrified maids to prepare her for the event. Amalia is heading to the palace to find the Marquis. If he refuses to provide the details of the quest, she intends to beat them out of him. Amalia makes an entrance at the palace, immediately drawing the attention of the high society elites. She approaches the king directly. After a formal curtsy, she asks for her father's whereabouts. The king explains that the Marquis was called away by a subordinate and has already left. Amalia forces a smile, concluding that her father's timing is a deliberate attempt to evade her. With her target gone, the momentum of her pursuit stops. She is left to wait, observing the unchanging nature of the elven court. As the king departs, Amalia notes his youthful face. Despite the years that have passed, he looks exactly the same as when she left. This is the biological reality of her people. Elves stop growing and aging entirely once they reach 20 years old. This physical stasis creates a disconnect with the outside world, where generations pass in the time it takes an elf to change their outlook. These long lifespans allow elves to serve as the divinely elected, designated individuals who act as anchors for the world's magical and political balance over centuries. Other elven kingdoms have produced a constant stream of heroes, demon lords, and 2 of the 3 most famous sages in existence. Fairnote hasn't produced a single divinely elected figure in the 800 years since its founding. Amalia is now holding a quest that bears the royal seal, the first such designation her kingdom has seen in 8 centuries. With her father missing, she is the sole individual responsible for a mission that ends her kingdom's 800-year period of silence.
Amalia stands isolated on the edge of a brilliantly lit grand ballroom. She's keeping a low profile, quietly observing the anxious king from afar, until her survival instincts signal that something is wrong. A tall elf with long blonde hair approaches her. It takes her a second to register the smug grin, but she realizes this is Prince Verdelis, fully grown after a 5-year absence. While the maids in the background are enamored with his return, Amalia is internally calculating how fast she can excuse herself. His ego takes up half the room. When you're an independent adventurer, monsters are predictable, but a royal greeting creates a sudden, high-visibility interaction that is impossible to avoid without causing a scene. Verdelis extends a hand, inviting her to the dance floor. Declining the first prince in front of the entire court would be a scandal, so Amalia forces a polite acceptance and lets him pull her into the waltz. Without warning, he throws her into a sudden, highly dramatic dip. He drops his voice into a performance of romance and delivers a cliché pickup line, comparing the color of her eyes to the kingdom's forest. On the outside, she forces an incredibly awkward smile. Inside, she is sweating profusely and gritting her teeth, waiting for the ordeal to end. For someone accustomed to the freedom of the wild, the performative scripts of the royal court are paralyzing. Etiquette requires physical compliance, regardless of her internal state. Her father, Marquis Steinbolt, simply herds his confused daughter directly toward the grand balcony. Next to the prince, a sage, and a holy knight, she is entirely out of place. Over the deafening cheers, the king declares that Verdelis has been chosen as a hero. The king is turning divine election into a state-sponsored spectacle. By presenting these figures, the monarchy is manufacturing a political legend in real time. The king lays out their mission. They must journey into the world, subjugate an evil demon lord, and build immense national pride. This highlights the exact problem with the royal directive. The king assumes that a demon lord is automatically an evil enemy.
Amalia knows from field experience that most are neutral entities, and only a few are actually aggressive. Unexpectedly pointing directly at Amalia, the king drafts her into the party as their necessary guide. Amalia's face contorts into a cartoonish mask of shock. She glares at her father, but he misreads her expression and gives her a confident thumbs up. This honor functions as a non-consensual draft, stripping the protagonist of her personal autonomy to serve the crown's interests. Verdelis steps up to the balcony railing, soaking in the crowd's adoration, as he swears to combine their strengths and subjugate all evil. Verdelis publicly declares his intent to marry Amalia the moment he returns victorious, leaving her frozen in horror. The bewilderment on the faces of her father, sister, and the king's advisors proves nobody knew. He's acting entirely on his own. For one brief second, Amalia pictures herself casting a cold cascade water spell, blasting the prince directly off the balcony. Surprise royal declarations are manipulative traps. They are designed to corner the target with social pressure, leaving them with no choice but to smile and comply. But Amalia doesn't comply. Snapping back to reality, she doesn't say a word. She takes a slow, deliberate step backward into the shadows to abandon her new party. Moments later, she is back in her dressing room, violently ripping the heavy evening gown from her body. She tosses the fabric directly into her panicked maid's face. Underneath, she is already fully equipped in her rugged, standard adventurer gear, staff in hand. She kicks the balcony doors wide open to the night sky, casually telling the maid to leave the political fallout to her father as she vanishes. An adventurer's agency is defined by their willingness to simply walk away from a bad deal. High above the world, in the opulent kingdom of the elves, Amalia stands perfectly poised on a balcony railing. She is fully equipped for a long journey, leaving her maid staring in frozen panic. She is abandoning her noble home to reclaim her freedom. With a bright smile and a leap into the night air, she begins her journey. Her destination is specific, the northern town of Roel, and her singular motivation for this massive journey is to finally reunite with her true friend, Hibiki. While distant allies race across the continent to reach him, Hibiki has already arrived at those northern malls, where he is facing a different kind of obstacle on the ground. Approaching the legendary dungeon town, the party is aggressively blocked. A heavily armored gatekeeper shouts down at them, furious that someone would attempt to bring a group of children into a lethal environment. The tension spikes instantly. Claude, the towering beastman of the group, steps to the front and glares at the guard, unleashing a dark, paralyzing aura of intimidation. Before the standoff turns violent, Hibiki steps in. He presents his official guild card, proving their veteran adventurer status and diffusing the guard's panic. That life-or-death tension at the gate evaporates once they reach their room at the local inn. Venny, the cat, is practically rolling on the bed, laughing hysterically at the sheer chaos they managed to cause just by walking through a door. Claude points out a curious pattern. Over their journey, adults instinctively project an overwhelming desire to protect Hibiki. This glowing crest on the back of Hibiki's hand marks the loyalty pact, a God-sworn physical manifestation of Claude's absolute devotion. That unyielding, divinely verified trust allows them to sleep soundly. They know that no matter what horrors the dungeon throws at them tomorrow, their defense is absolute. Meanwhile, the town itself is vulnerable. Deep into the midnight shift at the Adventurers Guild, the heavy wooden doors creak open to reveal a mysterious, caped young woman named Ivel. The night receptionist completely misreads the situation. He flirtatiously dismisses her, leaning against the counter to explain that entries into the dungeon are strictly forbidden at night. Ivel doesn't retreat. She flashes a dark, sinister smirk and quietly informs him that she isn't actually alone. A colossal white wolf with 3 glowing jewels embedded in its forehead strides directly into the lobby. The receptionist is left screaming in unadulterated terror at the sight. While the heroes rest, menacing forces actively breach the town's defenses, moving through the shadows unchecked. By the time the sun rises, the atmosphere snaps back to bright, colorful chaos. Heading toward the guild, the party spots a massive leather backpack waddling down the street on 2 tiny legs. Hibiki effortlessly lifts the giant bag. Underneath, a tiny girl named Flanika breathes a massive sigh of relief. Incredibly grateful for the rescue, Flanika offers them a favor. She unlocks the heavy doors of the guild to grant the party early access to the front desk. Inside, they find the night receptionist visibly traumatized from the wolf encounter. Flanika flashes a sharp, dangerous smile and instantly unleashes a barrage of menial cleaning punishments on the terrified man. Flanika's instant, brutal discipline over her staff highlights a social hierarchy where physical stature means nothing, leaving the party to navigate a town as unpredictable as the monsters they're hunting. Flanika sheds her coat to reveal a sleek uniform, introducing herself as the 30-year-old sub-branch chief. This system data box outlines the traits of the dwarf race. They possess extremely high dexterity and physical strength, characteristics that define their race regardless of their stature. This sequence of bubbles details Hibiki's rigid dungeon itinerary. He outlines a cautious strategy. No matter what floor they reach, they will retreat to the surface exactly 1 week after entering to assess their supplies. This sequence shows Flanika offering the guild's emergency search system. Recognizing the value of a guaranteed rescue effort, Hibiki immediately hands over the 10 gold fee to prioritize his family's safety. Raw combat power only goes so far underground. Survival in a legendary dungeon relies on this level of flawless, unemotional logistical preparation. Flanika leads them to the back of the building. The clean, polished stone floors abruptly give way to a jagged, pitch-black crater torn directly into the earth. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Hibiki looks back at his party. They check their weapons, brace themselves, and confirm their collective resolve. The shadows are encroaching, and impossible odds wait below. But with their plans set and their loyalty sworn, their descent into the underground city of Terra Danis has officially begun.
As the party descends into the northern dungeon, the atmosphere shifts to a dark, enclosed environment of rocky, uneven caverns. This system alert is the first indicator of a failing safety net. Without warning, the communication rate with the gods drops by exactly 15%. Hibiki shrugs it off, treating the warning as a minor system error. Claude snaps him back, warning that losing focus in hostile territory for a second is fatal. Hibiki still approaches his surroundings with the casual attitude of a player behind a screen. But down here, the physical reality of the dungeon demands absolute life-or-death vigilance. Far above, in the highest domain of the heavens, the chief god lounges on his throne, until the goddess of magic materializes and violently grabs his face. This exchange exposes Hibiki's ultimate motivation. He is conquering the dungeon for one reason: to ask the underground sage how to return to his original world. The goddess screams a correction that ends Hibiki's quest before it even begins. The sage has no answers, because no path back to his original world exists. The chief god refuses to intervene, choosing not to manipulate Hibiki like a game piece. He views the boy's potential failures as necessary, believing a life spent pushing toward a goal is more meaningful than a guided existence. That leaves Hibiki completely in the dark. He is risking his life in a deadly environment for a goal that cannot be achieved, entirely unaware that his divine protection is fraying by the minute. Back on the first floor, the stakes stay relatively low as Hibiki tests his skills against a basic blue slime. This panel highlights the severe limits of his offense. His new fire magic takes tens of seconds to melt a single low-level enemy, and he has to stand within 50 centimeters just to land a hit. Exhausted on his hands and knees, Hibiki stubbornly vows to train this weak flame into a raging hellfire. But simple optimism doesn't win real fights. Right now, his magical capabilities are severely underpowered, meaning he relies entirely on his future potential rather than present survival skills. The party soon hits a dead end. Hibiki offers to navigate using his digital map skill, but Claude stops him, preferring to rely on a hand-drawn guild map to build their tactical awareness. This system window identifies the obstacle blocking their path. It's a locked rock, a dungeon-specific mimic monster with no combat power that masquerades as a solid wall. Claude throws a heavy, devastating punch directly into the stone face. The rock cracks but refuses to shatter. Raw physical strength isn't enough.
This explosion shows exactly what happens when Lillian steps in. Using her blossom rod, she channels a huge blast of magic that completely obliterates the massive wall in a single hit. Moving past the debris, they descend the stairs. Hibiki notices the architecture is eerie and calculated, expanding in an orderly manner as if intentionally designed for humans to pass through it. Hibiki chose to equip Lillian for self-defense, yet she just proved she has more destructive firepower than a veteran warrior. In this environment, Hibiki is the weakest link, protected only by the sheer power of his companions. The moment they step onto the second floor, the dungeon's threat level escalates alongside another severe system alert. This text box shows a steep decline in system stability. The communication rate has now dropped by 17%, with a warning it could plummet to 25%. Before Hibiki can process the error, a swarm of high-level, huge bees with paralyzing venom bursts from the rocky ceiling above. The deteriorating system signal has moved from the HUD to the battlefield, as the communication drop coincides perfectly with the arrival of the predators. Claude charges 2 enemies, leaving a single bee strictly for Hibiki to handle with his godly bow. Assuming guaranteed victory, Hibiki relies on his divine hit correction combo to land an instant kill. Because the dungeon interferes with the god's reach, his divine hit correction hits its limit, capping accuracy at 65%. He releases anyway, and the arrow flies off the mark. Caught off guard, Hibiki freezes as the massive insect dives straight for his chest. At the last second, Lillian unleashes a windcutter spell, cleanly cleaving the bee in half. While Claude praises Lillian, Hibiki kneels in silence, staring at his bow. He cannot share their relief. The illusion of invincibility has finally shattered. Without a guaranteed divine safety net,
Navigating the upper floors drains stamina fast. After a grueling stretch of exploration, exhaustion settles in. Vinay, the feline companion, calls it quits, complaining of tired legs and demanding a much-needed break. But resting isn't on the agenda. Claude steps squarely in front of his master, dropping into a dead-serious expression. He announces he is going to explain dungeon traps from the very beginning, sending a terrified Hibiki shrinking back from his intense aura. While Lillian and Vinay immediately wander off to casually set up lunch, Hibiki is left trapped. He endures a brutal, comprehensive lesson on dungeon mechanics that drags on for 2 entire hours. Hibiki's absolute ignorance of basic dungeon survival creates a severe liability for the team. His vanguard is forced to pull double duty, acting not only as a physical shield against monsters, but as a harsh instructor trying to keep him alive. When exploration resumes, Hibiki gets a chance to show his combat competence against a distant monster. He lands a perfect shot, sending the creature crashing. Smiling, he feels a surge of confidence. But in his moment of triumph, his complete blindness to the environment betrays him. His boot steps squarely onto the wrong stone tile, triggering a sharp mechanical click. Almost instantly, the stone floor violently erupts. A massive cluster of razor-sharp crystal spikes shoots upward directly beneath him. Claude instantly dives into the path of the deadly trap. With a loud crack, he shatters the crystal spikes to dust with his bare armored arm before they can impale his master. This highlights the core problem with Hibiki's current role. While he's a capable long-range archer, his total lack of spatial awareness makes him a liability every time he takes a step. Before Hibiki can even process the near miss, Claude's ears twitch. He detects a sudden new threat as a swarm of insect monsters closes in on their position. Claude seamlessly deploys his signature weapon, a magnetic 3-section spear called Magnetica. He blasts the approaching monsters backward with a crackling strike. Leaping forward, he executes a series of blindingly fast slashes, tearing through the remaining insects and fully securing the area in seconds. Landing gracefully, Claude issues a strict mandate. He instructs Hibiki that during their first week in the dungeon, he must develop the ability to see through traps using his own strength. A vanguard can shred monsters and deflect attacks, but they cannot outblock or out-heal a master who actively steps into their own doom. Sometime later, they locate a secluded cave. Eager to prove his worth, Hibiki activates Safety Zone. This text box outlines its conditions. The mechanics are absolute. All combat is prohibited, and hostiles outside cannot perceive the space, even preventing inorganic objects from entering.
With the area secure, Hibiki slaps the rocky floor. Using life magic, he effortlessly manifests a stone furnace from the ground, creating a controllable fire. He pairs this with a second ability, copy and paste. It duplicates an object's structural information, allowing him to infinitely replicate food. The diagram illustrates a critical limitation. The system saves only the last item. Copying a new object discards the previous information. Despite that catch, it's a massive advantage. The party sits down to enjoy a lavish curry feast, a stark contrast to the deadly dungeon environment. He realizes the mathematical reality of his magic. While a 1-hour meal only costs 100 skill points, trying to maintain the safety zone for a full 8-hour sleep demands an unsustainable 800 SP. These skills allow for a comfortable meal, but the high skill point cost means they can't be used to secure a full night's sleep. The magic provides a temporary respite, but it doesn't solve the underlying problems of dungeon survival. The peaceful atmosphere shatters when Claude cuts in with a cold, unamused question. He asks exactly how many traps Hibiki triggered today. Hiding behind his cup, Hibiki nervously admits to falling for 4, maybe 5 traps. Vene mercilessly mocks him from across the table, laughing about Claude's constant rescues. But Lillian immediately shuts down the jokes. A single late reaction from Claude would have left Hibiki impaled at the bottom of a spike pit. Claude charts their next course of action. To fix this fatal liability, he states Hibiki must acquire an Appraiser-specific skill known as trap detection immediately. There is just one flaw in this plan.
Because Claude has a combat class, he has absolutely no idea what actions an appraiser must take to actually trigger the skill's acquisition. Tapping her chin, Lillian innocently suggests a horrific trial-by-fire training method. She proposes they continuously throw Hibiki into traps to increase the chances of unlocking the skill, leaving him visualizing being shot by arrows and impaled. Claude completely misses the terror and enthusiastically agrees to this strategy, pumping his fist. Hibiki is left pale, staring bleakly at the cave wall as he realizes his impending doom. The comfort of the camp is only temporary. To make it safely through the dark depths of the next floor, Hibiki will have to endure Claude's dangerous training plan and hope he learns to spot the traps before they kill him. Deep inside a hostile dungeon, survival relies on a strict tactical rhythm. The vanguard holds the line up front, absorbing the heavy hits, while the rearguard provides precise, overwhelming range damage from a safe distance. This image captures a stark combat error. Hibiki, the party's archer, fires a shot that wildly veers off course, completely missing a massive, stationary target. This animated chart illustrates the severity of that miss. Up until now, Hibiki boasted a flawless 100% hit rate. Now, that reliability is plummeting, showing a staggering 40% failure rate seemingly out of nowhere. The environment itself is to blame. The dense, magical atmosphere of the dungeon actively suppresses the inherent skills of anyone who steps inside. When your life depends on exact timing, dropping from perfect accuracy to a coin toss turns every encounter into a massive liability. A sudden loss of reliability threatens the foundation of an entire expedition's safety. The system governing Hibiki's abilities offers an immediate fix. This dotted box presents an option to specialize his skills in hit correction. We see Hibiki's relieved smile as he blindly accepts, entirely tuning out his vanguard's warnings about deadly dungeon pitfalls. The rest of the party stops in their tracks. To them, Hibiki is having a bizarre conversation with thin air, ignoring their guide's survival instructions. He solves his personal accuracy problem, but he never tells his team what he did. Attempting to quietly patch a personal vulnerability creates uncoordinated, fatal blind spots for the entire group. The environmental consequences hit immediately. This close-up captures Hibiki reacting to sudden darkness as the ambient light plummets. This text box details the trade-off. By specializing purely for hit correction, the system shut down low light vision, spatial recognition, and hidden trap detection. He sacrificed an immense network of sensory data just to make sure his arrows flew straight. Over-optimizing a single offensive strength inevitably strips away the foundational utilities required for basic survival. Stripped of his trap detection ability, Hibiki wanders directly into danger. He spots a mysterious glowing crystal embedded in the rock wall and reaches out.
Innocent curiosity turns into a lethal disaster in a fraction of a second. The vanguard spins around, shouting a desperate warning, but the physical gap is too large. The moment his fingers brush the crystal, a trap triggers. Look at how the stone floor beneath his feet shatters entirely, instantly dropping him into a bottomless, dark pit. Claude dives straight toward the abyss, extending a massive armored claw. He violently snatches the boy's collar right before the darkness swallows him whole. The relief of survival instantly gives way to terror.
In this panel, Claude looms over the boy with a darkly shaded face and a forced smile, radiating a heavy, menacing aura. Ignoring environmental warnings out of self-absorption turns a manageable terrain into a lethal, unpredictable threat. The party stops moving. The cavern becomes a makeshift interrogation room, with Hibiki kneeling on the cold stone under the intense scrutiny of his towering vanguard. In this image, Hibiki finally comes clean. He confesses his secret system conversation, admitting he had no idea the dungeon's atmosphere would disrupt his abilities. Claude delivers a sharp critique. Trading away broad utility and trap detection for hit rate correction was the wrong strategic choice. But the worst mistake wasn't mechanical. Concealing an active weakness from your own teammates is far more dangerous to a party's survival than the weakness itself. The heavy tension breaks when Lillian, the tiny mage, steps forward. Instead of scolding him further, she completely shifts the dynamic, promising to cover him with her magic if his arrows fail again. Claude backs her up by pointing out a hidden tactical reality. This flashback panel proves that even when Hibiki's arrows missed their specific marks, they still laid down crucial suppression fire, keeping the monsters pinned and making the vanguard's job easier. The group solidifies their formation. In this wide shot, Claude places his hand over his heart, pledging the party will absorb his blind spots. The heavy anxiety lifts. Hibiki smiles brightly and stands up, his confidence completely restored by their support. True survival in unpredictable environments relies not on achieving individual perfection, but on trusting the collective strength and synergy of the party. Down on the 5th floor of the dungeon, survival hinges entirely on reaction time. A high rabbit, roughly the size of a large dog, can kick off the cavern floor and dodge an incoming arrow with blinding, almost supernatural speed. But Hibiki manages to secure a graze anyway. He uses his intellectual's eye skill to calculate the beast's movements, locking his system crosshair firmly onto its face to correct his aim. That graze provides all the opening they need. Lillian steps up, instantly capitalizing on the hit by unleashing an air shredder spell. Pressurized blades of wind tear through the cavern and completely obliterate the monster. Hibiki survived using a divine mechanic called skill rental. He borrowed 2 physical skills, core control and presence detection, from his vanguard, Claude. Borrowing costs 100 SP per level for up to 1 week. Crucially, while Hibiki has them, Claude cannot use them. In the middle of the fight, Hibiki's system suddenly updates. A wave of mental static hits him, accompanied by the garbled voice of the chief god, right as his own copy-and-paste skill levels up. At this stage in the descent, Hibiki's base stats aren't enough to keep up. He relies entirely on renting the foundational skills of his veteran party members just to survive the escalating threats. During their campfire downtime, survival preparation takes on a much slower pace. Claude sits with Hibiki, reviewing a hand-drawn map of the 4th floor and pointing out exactly where the young adventurer missed drawing several critical traps. The reason for the missing data is a bit humiliating. Lillian and Vinay mercilessly point out that the blank spot is actually the exact location of a massive pitfall trap Hibiki panicked and fell into earlier that day. This diagram illustrates the total scale of the northern dungeon. It descends 30 floors deep, with a major boss gating progress every 10 levels. Their ultimate destination, the underground city Caradinus, sits at the very bottom. Their immediate obstacle is the 10th floor boss, a silver emerald wolf. It's a highly lethal jewel wolf variant, and judging by the dark aura Lillian emits just hearing its name, it's a monster she holds a terrifying personal grudge against. Dungeon running requires a constant balancing act. The party has to manage mundane, often embarrassing tasks like trap cartography, while simultaneously preparing for the lethal reality of the apex predators waiting a few floors down. Later that night, while the party sleeps, the system UI silently activates entirely on its own. Without input, the system initiates a background overwrite,
targeting and duplicating the structural information of Claude's rented skills. The procedure finishes, granting Hibiki both skills at level 1. Owning them outright, the system forcibly returns the rented versions to Claude early. Hibiki jolts awake, finally piecing together the garbled message from the chief god. The condition for his copy and paste skill is simple but demanding. If he borrows a skill and physically trains his body to build the correct foundation, he can permanently replicate it. By temporarily renting veteran skills and forcing his body to physically adapt to them in combat, Hibiki bypasses years of traditional practice, breaking the standard rules of adventurer progression. Once Claude realizes the mechanics of this system, his entire demeanor shifts. He drops his gentle mentor persona, adopting a dark Spartan smile as he demands Hibiki learn 2 heavily advanced martial skills immediately. The real-world application of this cheat is entirely physical. To build the necessary foundation, Claude forces Hibiki down to the 8th floor to fight massive swarms of cavern bugs entirely by himself. When sunset arrives, Claude loses his patience. He snaps, aggressively spinning his heavy spear and directly attacking Hibiki, forcing a life-or-death survival response. The system allows Hibiki to bypass years of training, but he still has to survive his own mentor's hilariously lethal death march to earn the final result. By the 5th day of the conquest, the battered but heavily upgraded party reaches a massive, reinforced metal door. Before they can prepare to open it, the heavy iron doors violently push outward. 3 heavily bleeding, completely exhausted adventurers stumble out into the corridor and collapse. In their panic, the retreating adventurers made a massive tactical error. As Vene quickly points out, they left the containment door wide open. Heavy, rhythmic stomps begin to shake the cavern floor. The silver emerald wolf emerges from the dark depths of the boss room, charging aggressively toward the brightly lit gap in the doorway. The party is forced into a frantic counterattack. Massive, thick wood tentacles erupt from the beast. Claude steps up to intercept the timber appendages with his spear, buying precious seconds for Lillian to prepare an incompatible, highly destructive fire spell. Instead of drawing his bow, Hibiki throws his entire newly trained body weight against the iron door. He strains against the metal, desperately trying to push it shut as the tentacles try to slip through. The combined effort pays off. Hibiki's new physical foundation and Claude's brutal training allow them to seal the breach. As Hibiki collapses against the secured metal doors, reality sets in. The dungeon's apex predator is waiting on.
Deep inside the dungeon, 4 battered adventurers lie on the verge of death. Standing over them, Hibiki thrusts his hands forward and activates Medical God's Staff, the ultimate tier healing magic that immediately seals every fatal wound on their bodies. The party is safe, but the danger hasn't passed. Behind Hibiki is smiling, wiping sweat from his brow, completely oblivious to the lethal strike closing in. His beastman companion, Claude, roars in total panic and dives forward to intercept the blow. This system message chimes in as a blinding light engulfs Hibiki's body. It confirms the automatic activation of a technical skill called Escape, which teleports the party away before the strike can land. The skill detects an emergency situation Hibiki cannot survive and cleanly overrides the physical danger. Hibiki's cheat skills allow the party to instantly retreat to a safe zone on the 1st floor, leaving the dungeon behind to breathe fresh air after 5 grueling days. This image shows Gasper, leader of the rescued party, slamming a heavy sack of coins onto the table as a reward. Meanwhile, his party's bandit, Claire, aggressively pokes gloomy Hibiki in the cheek, assuming the party's savior is just a cute child. This negotiation focuses on Claude trading that financial reward for 2 specific favors: information on the 10th floor boss and specialized trap detection training from Claire. This visual reveals the reality of the Silver Emerald Wolf. Gasper explains that the guild classifies the boss as a pack of 3 wolves, which use wood magic to attack from multiple angles with overwhelming physical speed. Gasper notes that these wolves are abnormally strong for the 10th floor, praising a high-level party called the Silver Banner for actually defeating them. Hibiki immediately recognizes the name. The Silver Banner is led by Jade Fran, an adventurer Hibiki previously healed from the verge of death. The surface town offers a comedic break, but the dungeon below remains completely unforgiving.
To survive their inevitable return to the wolves, Hibiki and his team must leverage every bit of information and training they can extract from the survivors. Deep in the dark abyss of the northern dungeon's 10th floor, the massive metal doors of the boss room stand perfectly still. Inside, a silver emerald wolf stalks the cavern, growling low in the dark. This image captures the moment Yvel steps from the shadows. She mockingly asks the wolf why it let the party escape, and the lethal dungeon boss violently flinches backward in fear as she approaches. This visual shows the dark, corrupted magical energy Yvel forces into the beast's forehead. As the dark aura settles into its fur, she gives the wolf a specific target to hunt, Hibiki. Yvel has transformed the boss into a targeted assassin, turning the dungeon into a hunting ground specifically calibrated to kill Hibiki.
The labyrinth is no longer a passive trial. A sentient force is actively directing the monsters to hunt his party. This scene shows Claire proving a point back in the dungeon corridors. Hibiki admits his trap-checking strategy is based on intuition, with a 40% success rate. Claire immediately stomps on a normal-looking rock to show him how flawed that is. This panel captures the massive boulder crashing from the ceiling, shattering into pieces behind Claire. Hibiki shakes in pure terror, while the veteran bandit remains completely unfazed by the destruction. She explains the mechanical difference in their classes. Bandits find traps using physical intuition, but appraisers lack that aptitude. They have to actively and deliberately search to find hidden dangers. This system window identifies a hidden poison mist trap after Hibiki uses his appraisal skill directly on the environment. Claire explains that scanning the environment this way is the only path to mastery for his class. Every time Hibiki appraises an object, even if it isn't a trap, he accumulates hidden experience points. By constantly scanning the anomalies that make him curious, he can eventually unlock the trap detection skill. Standard combat awareness will not keep Hibiki alive. To survive a treacherous dungeon that is being actively weaponized against him, he must abandon intuition and weaponize his unique perception mechanics to decode the dungeon's hidden rules. This image shows Hibiki lifting an impossibly heavy backpack to help a dwarf named Flonica on their final rest day. He escorts her to a towering stone church in the center of town. Inside the empty pews, Flonica bows deeply before the altar. She prays to the god of earth, thanking the deity for guiding fate so that Hibiki could save the adventurers in the dungeon. As she finishes her prayer, a massive circular crest on the wall begins to sparkle. This is the compass of the gods, a divine jewel that displays the hierarchy of the entire pantheon in an intricate circle. Hibiki studies the layout of the deities, the medicine god, the god of war, the evil god. But as his eyes trace the circle, they lock onto a completely blank space at the very bottom. Hibiki later asks the chief god directly about the empty spot. Sitting high in the heavens, the deity hears the question, but remains entirely silent on the matter. Hibiki's perception caught a detail everyone else overlooked, a missing seat in the divine hierarchy that the gods themselves refused to discuss. Far away from the northern town, deep in an unknown domain, there is absolute silence. A mysterious, beautiful woman with long dark hair slumbers peacefully. She rests on a massive throne carved from jagged crystal in a cold, starlit void. An unknown voice echoes softly through the silence, maintaining the secret. The voice insists that she must stay asleep for just a while longer. While Hibiki trains below, a far older power remains dormant, waiting to awaken.
It's the third day of the dungeon conquer, and Hibiki's party is moving fast. They are trekking steadily through a rocky, uneven cavern, maintaining a pace that far exceeds their previous attempt. This speed is partially due to Hibiki's new trap detection skill. He identifies a hidden hazard on the stone floor and stops Lillian before she steps into it, proving he's mastered the basics of the ability. Despite his pride, Hibiki is still wary. He reflects on the brutal training that granted him these skills, acknowledging that even with his recent progress, he still considers himself a novice compared to the powerhouses around him. Their objective for this floor is specific. They need to locate the Sage of Terra Dinas. She is a distinguished elf who has lived for over 500 years, and the party remains uncertain of her true capabilities. Claude isn't worried about the immediate path ahead. He argues if they must prepare for a 500-year-old sage, a standard 10th floor boss shouldn't pose much of a threat. This mindset keeps the group relaxed as they reach the end of the floor. They arrive at the massive metal doors of the boss room, aligned and ready for what they anticipate will be a standard encounter. At this stage, the party is operating on the expectation that the dungeon will continue to follow the predictable patterns they've encountered so far. When Claude pushes the heavy metal open, the dark, enclosed cavern is replaced by a massive, lush forest, bathed in bright artificial sunlight. Hibiki is visibly confused by the impossible geography. Vinay explains that this is a fake environment, a spacious territory generated by the dungeon to give the boss a distinct home field advantage. This digital interface shows the locations of their targets. Hibiki's world map identifies 3 silver emerald wolves, though he notices one dot is positioned significantly further away than the others. Lillian and Vinay immediately categorize the threats based on their wood magic traits. They expect the wolves to act as long-range attackers, using the dense forest to hide while they send waves of plants to strike from a distance. By tracking the enemy's positions and identifying their elemental reliance, the party believes they have maintained their tactical edge, even in this unfamiliar terrain. The predicted ambush arrives immediately. A massive wave of thick, thorny roots violently tears through the tall grass, slithering directly toward the party's position. Lillian counters with Raging Sanctuary, boosting her magic to cast Puppet Wood. Her spell immediately halts the rushing roots, effectively hijacking the enemy's own attack. Claude launches forward as soon as the path is clear. He crosses the gap in seconds, demonstrating the raw, physical speed he's refined as the party's vanguard. He reaches the first level 25 wolf instantly. Using his pinpoint thrust technique, his spear pierces the beast's neck with enough force to kill it in a single strike. The second wolf attempts to flee, but Hibiki is ready. He draws his bow, striking it with an arrow of light. Claude follows up immediately, bringing his weapon down to finish the kill. In seconds, the party dismantles the forest's traps through physical power and magic coordination. They stand over the remains of the wolves, waiting for the third target to emerge. While the skirmish was brief, it took a physical toll. Releasing the Raging Sanctuary has left Lillian severely exhausted and panting as she struggles to recover her mana. This system map tracks the final target. Hibiki checks his interface, finding the dot moving in a strange direction. Then, the interface updates with warning pops. A new cluster of threat indicators appears directly over their current coordinates. A loud, heavy rustling begins to echo from the forest canopy above them. Lillian and Vinay look up, their previous calm replaced by sudden panic. The final wolf isn't on the ground, it's attacking from above. A wave of pressurized magic and razor-sharp leaves crashes downward from the sky, blotting out the artificial sun. Claude is too far away to intervene. The massive magical tsunami washes over the clearing, completely engulfing Hibiki and the exhausted Lillian. The party prepared for a horizontal battle, relying on 2D map data and physical speed. But when the dungeon changes the rules and attacks vertically, their initial preparation becomes a vulnerability.
A sudden, concussive shockwave of magical wind tears through the forest, ripping up the terrain and violently scattering the vanguard. Claude quickly regains his footing to assess the damage. The rear guard is secure, but Hibiki has been cleanly swept out of the area entirely. Fortunately, the system provides a built-in compass. A glowing crest of loyalty activates on Claude's hand, projecting a luminous path pointing straight to Hibiki's new location. That light strips away the confusion of a blind search. They have his exact coordinates, turning the ambush into a rigid, high-speed tracking mission. Miles away, Hibiki pulls up his digital world map. He can clearly see the dots representing his allies sprinting toward his position. But as he traces the remaining enemy marker, the dot completely vanishes from the west and instantaneously reappears to his north. Then a sudden warning flashes across the interface. The system report proves what happened. The enemy triggered a teleportation trap, an environmental mechanic deleting the physical distance entirely. This stat window outlines the immediate threat standing in front of him.
a level 43 silver emerald wolf, with a status condition artificially spiking its murderous intent by 50%. The beast deliberately bypassed a straightforward attack, exploiting hidden map mechanics to corner the party's most vulnerable asset in complete isolation. The wolf lunges. Hibiki survives the lethal bite by activating Fleet Step, a borrowed agility skill that barely yanks him out of the monster's jaws. Missing its first strike, the interface shows the wolf deploying high-level wood magic. It rips massive roots from the ground to weave a completely sealed dome called a forest prison. Beyond walling off all exits, the wolf wraps its own body in hardened vines. This biological armor effectively neutralizes any chance of a close-quarters counterattack. Hibiki is sealed inside a shrinking arena against a heavily armored, high-level predator. His evasion routes are vanishing quickly. Outside the dome, Claude and Lillian finally arrive at the coordinates and immediately initiate a two-pronged rescue assault. Lillian fires off a flare bomb, unleashing her highest-tier fire magic directly into the wood. The smoke clears, and the perimeter walls remain completely undamaged. Claude follows up with a physical strike, driving his legendary spear into the barrier with a pinpoint thrust. It bounces off with a metallic clang, failing to leave even a scratch. The problem is the code protecting the cage. The interface defines it as an A-rank inherent skill known as personal space. This skill enforces a hard-coded rule. It rejects the physical invasion of anyone without permission. Raw external power is entirely obsolete here. Survival requires finding a logical way to bypass the barrier's rules from the inside. Inside the cage, Hibiki's spatial disadvantage hits a critical point. He is running out of ground to retreat. Vinny identifies a way through. The summoning skill doesn't register as a physical incursion. By materializing the target directly at the master's coordinates, the magic circumvents the boundary's rejection logic by simply appearing on the other side. Channeling his magic into the pact, Hibiki executes the command. A blinding light bridges the barrier, ripping Vinny away from the vanguard team and pulling him into the cage. But instead of a devastating divine weapon materializing to save him, the light fades to reveal a tiny feline in a cape, posing dramatically as a Kate Sith. Hibiki successfully utilized the system's own logic to bridge the barrier, only to find himself standing next to a tiny theatrical feline with no apparent combat utility.
Imagine performing a sacred summoning ritual, expecting a majestic beast, and instead, you get a tiny bat-winged cat. That is exactly the situation Hibiki finds himself in, completely dumbfounded inside a dense wooden cage. Outside the cage, his intended familiar, Vinay, is having a complete meltdown, screaming he is utterly outraged. The new arrival, however, is entirely unbothered, shooting Vinay a smug smile and teasing the furious feline. Hibiki tries to play the voice of reason. Pointing frantically at the wooden wall, he deadpans that this is absolutely no time to be having a shouting match. The brightly colored, comedic bickering does exactly what it is designed to do. It lulls us into a false sense of security. It perfectly masks the lethal threat that is rapidly closing in on their location. Without warning, a massive silver emerald wolf violently shatters the tree line. The giant monster ticks up dirt, charging with a roar that rattles the cage. In the face of this charging behemoth, the tiny bat cat just sighs. It looks almost bored, calling the giant beast boorish for interrupting their reunion. Raising a single paw, the creature playfully chants, "Light magic, shiny prison." Instantly, a massive cage of crackling light erupts around the wolf, trapping it mid-stride. The creature introduces itself as Ketelfeldi, a sacred beast presiding over magical contracts. Using contract magic, paper reading, Ketelfeldi unleashes a blinding wave of energy. Massive amounts of raw information violently flood Hibiki's mind, like rapidly absorbing a complex medical book. With the contract's logic hard-coded into his memory, Hibiki holds the technical blueprints to a battlefield he barely understood seconds ago. With newfound understanding, Hibiki's panic evaporates. He smiles confidently, declaring they actually have a path to victory. Satisfied, Ketelfeldi decides its job is done. Laughing playfully, the divine beast fades away into particles of light, leaving the battlefield entirely. From afar, Venny screams in absolute exasperation,
watching their only line of defense vanish before the enemy is even defeated. With the Bat-Cat gone, Hibiki is left standing in the literal shadow of a monster. Every second he survives from here depends on his ability to manually trigger a mechanic he has only ever seen happen by accident. With the sacred beast out of the picture, the silver emerald wolf violently shatters its light prison. It locks eyes on the boy and kicks off the dirt, launching a blinding dash straight at him. Raising his bow, Hibiki rapidly analyzes his disadvantage. He knows he can't win alone, but he remembers a previous near-death encounter. That time, a rescue felt like a miracle, but his new knowledge confirms it was actually a reproducible, hard-coded mechanic. A blinding light erupts from the crest on his hand as Hibiki invokes the pack directly, shouting for his servant to prove his loyalty with the skill Summon Night. With an explosive impact, Claude materializes out of thin air, completely interposing himself between his master and the charging beast. He delivers a devastating heavy strike with his massive spear. The physical force blows the giant root wolf backward, while Claude lands firmly on the dirt, an immovable shield. There is no disorientation. Claude calmly looks over his shoulder to check if Hibiki is hurt, explaining that the moment his crest shined, the magical system instantly downloaded the context and urgency of the situation straight into his mind. This proves that Summon Night is a highly functional defense mechanism. It is the physical manifestation of a servant's unyielding loyalty, designed specifically to put an impenetrable barrier between a master and immediate death. The wolf recovers from the blow, glaring viciously. Claude readies his weapon, making a cold, tactical assessment. Against a beast of this caliber, their chances of winning are exactly 50-50. Stepping forward, Hibiki calls for Claude's right hand. The two bump their glowing crests together, initiating the ultimate support spell, Level Trust. This broken technique temporarily transfers the master's vital levels directly into the servant. As this data visualization shows, Hibiki takes his current level of 30 and transfers 29 of those levels straight to his knight. The physical toll is immediate and severe. The massive drain of magical energy leaves Hibiki depleted, slumping heavily against his bow. But Claude absorbs those levels. His aura violently erupts into a blinding flare, skyrocketing from level 45 up to 74. This intense mathematical jump represents absolute vulnerability. Hibiki has willingly surrendered his own life force to the brink, relying completely on Claude's confident grin and his promise of a 100% guaranteed victory. As the wolf charges again, Claude executes his 10-point thrust. He unleashes an impossibly fast flurry of devastating strikes, completely overpowering the monster and battering it backward across the dart. Desperate and outmatched, the wolf shifts tactics. It summons a catastrophic wave of hardened wooden roots and shoots them directly past the vanguard, aiming straight for the helpless, drained Hibiki. But Claude roars, moving with blinding speed to interpose himself. He effortlessly swats the lethal barrage away, refusing to let the fiend touch his lord. Sparks of intense crackling lightning erupt around the beastman. Kicking off the ground with a devastating leap, Claude suspends himself in midair, bringing his spear down to deliver the final judgment. World-breaking power in this system flows through the synergy of the pact, turning a master's absolute vulnerability into a servant's unstoppable force.
To end the fight, Claude brings his massive spear down for a final judgment. His imitation strike hits with explosive power, sending blinding, neon-bright lightning and catastrophic shockwaves tearing through the artificial forest. And while Claude has the physical specs of a high-tier vanguard, his master does not. At level 1, Hibiki is entirely vulnerable. The sheer force of his own partner's attack violently throws him backward through the air. When the dust finally settles over the ruined tree line, Claude walks over to collect their loot. He easily retrieves 2 large magic stones from the defeated beasts, but the third wolf yields absolutely nothing. Hibiki is barely in any condition to care. He's entirely battered, completely exhausted, and recovering from the trauma of choking on potions while Claude frantically shook his lifeless body to keep him awake. Claude notes that even though the third wolf was overwhelmingly stronger than the others, its materials are nowhere to be found. In a world governed by rigid dungeon rewards, this missing magic stone represents a strange, unexplained break in the pattern. After resting up, the party clears the edge of the trees and steps out into a wide, sun-drenched grassy plain. Sitting right in the open is a heavy wooden chest, looking exactly like the reward for clearing a boss room. But as Hibiki walks toward it, he freezes. Lying directly next to the chest is a massive, dark blood stain radiating an ominous aura. This system appraisal notes the grisly details. The creature in the grass is a decapitated silver emerald wolf, and its specific cause of death is having its neck violently bitten off. This appraisal creates an impossible contradiction. If this decapitated corpse is the official dungeon boss, then the creature Claude just obliterated wasn't supposed to be there at all. The party has walked out of a tough fight right into a scenario where the final boss was effortlessly slaughtered by an unknown entity. They're dealing with a variable that doesn't belong in a standard dungeon clear. Shaking off the confusion, Hibiki steps up and pulls the heavy wooden lid open. Inside the massive container rests a single, tiny black jewel. It's an entirely underwhelming reward for the ordeal they just survived. To figure out what it is, he lifts the stone and activates his magic appraisal. The moment he does, a blinding teleportation magic circle instantly erupts directly beneath his feet. A pre-recorded voice begins echoing cheerfully from the jewel. It's Ivel. He set this automated trap as sadistic insurance, gleefully mocking the party for beating his monsters and securing Hibiki a forced relocation into a danger zone. Claude roars in panic, diving toward his master to knock the stone away before the magic can fully take hold. Ivel has successfully weaponized the dungeon's own reward system. The light from the chest is a trigger for an SSS rank teleportation, leaving Hibiki trapped in a magic circle that prevents any form of escape. We see Sapo frantically deploying emergency countermeasures right on the system interface.
It requests absolute authority and pulls support from the god's realm to stop the teleportation trap, but the system windows rapidly cascade with repeating errors. Failed. Insufficient. Pushed to the absolute brink, Hibiki shouts out in defiance as an impossible surge of divine energy erupts outward from his body. The system logs show exactly what Sapo is doing. To power the escape skill, it rapidly and permanently burns through Hibiki's legendary reincarnation seals, consuming Guardian's light and Bystander's tears. Yet even that immense divine power is still deemed insufficient. This system prompt logs the final sacrifice. While Hibiki screams in pure agony as the conflicting magics tear at him, the system completely consumes the Dome of Dreams seal. Finally, the interface registers a definitive success. The success prompt reveals the nature of the compromise. The trap cannot be entirely stopped, but the destination is altered.
Instead of sending Hibiki to an SSS rank death zone, the system rewrites the coordinates to a random, unspecified area within the dungeon. He survives the immediate execution, but at the cost of every single divine protection he possessed. He is now entirely vulnerable, pulled away into the light and separated from his party. The teleportation magic flashes, and the light completely vanishes. Claude grasps at empty air as dead silence falls over the clearing, leaving the rest of the party alone. To understand the true scale of what just happened, we must ascend past the mortal world into the pristine, pastel-colored domain of the heavens. The chief god suddenly collapses onto the polished floor. She is completely drained of her power, gasping for breath, and barely able to stay conscious. The god of magic frantically analyzes the catastrophic drain. A massive portion of their combined divine power was forcefully and instantly consumed in a single moment by Sapo to fuel those reincarnation seals. Hibiki's survival came at a massive cost. Sapo's extreme countermeasures required so much raw energy that it instantly drained the creators of the world, stretches her arms toward the sky, and delicately yawns. For the first time in an untold age, she is awake. And lying completely unconscious on the pristine white ground right in front of her is the battered, tiny figure of Hibiki. She steps toward him with a warm, soft smile. Playfully noting that the chief god is no good, she crouches down directly beside the boy, wondering aloud where they should have their chat.
By burning his ultimate divine lifeline to escape Ivol's rigged trap, Hibiki unwittingly unsealed a hidden goddess. He traded one life-threatening mystery for a direct encounter with an entity the other gods desperately wanted to keep asleep.
The glowing teleportation circle is fading into the grass, leaving the clearing completely empty. In a single moment, Hibiki has vanished, caught in a dungeon trap that his allies were powerless to stop. Claude is visibly shaken, clutching his chest as he feels a sudden shift within his own body. The close-up on the back of his neck shows the crest of loyalty, the magical mark that links him to Hibiki, suddenly deadens. Even with the magical compulsion fading, Claude doesn't waver. He makes a conscious internal vow to find the boy, actively rejecting the idea that any outside force, even a god, can dictate his heart's loyalty. Hibiki's sudden disappearance acts as a pressure test for the party. Without the boy's presence to ground them, their decision to keep searching confirms their connection is based on more than just the magic of the crest. The fallout reaches the highest domain of the heavens, where the chief god is slumped on the polished floor. He has completely exhausted his divine power to interfere with the dungeon's mechanics. The goddesses of magic and medicine are in a state of panic as they check their own divine links to the boy. Their connection to Hibiki has been entirely severed. To keep Hibiki alive inside a high-level dungeon, the chief god had to sacrifice the direct tether between the heavens and the mortal realm. It was a trade-off required to bypass the dungeon's natural resistance to divine influence. This gamble ensured Hibiki's immediate survival, but it leaves him in a precarious position. By burning out that connection, the chief god effectively removed the divine shield that protected the boy since he arrived. The god of magic suggests recruiting the second-generation gods to help locate the missing boy, but the chief god shuts the plan down. His drained power has collapsed the absolute seals on the world, including the Dome of Dreams, which replaced reality with illusions. As the magical fog lifts from her mind, the memories of the boy's actual face return. Look at the goddess of magic's expression here. Her reaction is one of unfiltered, wide-eyed horror as she recognizes who Hibiki really is. The chief god hasn't just been protecting Hibiki, he's been actively deceiving his fellow gods by scrubbing their memories. The truth about Hibiki's identity is significant enough that the chief god was willing to lie to the entire pantheon to keep it hidden. Hibiki jolts awake in a sudden change of scenery. He's in a sunlit projection of the Yamahara Cafe from his old world, sitting at a small table across from a mysterious woman. This woman, who insists on being called elder sister, shares a face that closely resembles his own. Hibiki notes they look almost like twins. She asks him directly if he is unhappy with his new life. It's a pointed question, forcing him to reflect on the near-fatal encounters and constant struggles he's faced since being summoned to this world. This dreamscape serves as a moment of internal assessment. He must weigh the trauma of his experiences against the growth he's achieved, before he is thrust back into the reality of the dungeon. Hibiki smiles brightly as he recalls the faces of Lillian, Claude, and his other allies. He concludes that the bad things were cancelled out by the great people he met, deciding that he is, in fact, happy with his current life. The mysterious woman places a pristine white gift box on the table as a birthday present, but it comes with a severe warning. She describes the gift as a double-edged sword. While it will help him, he is strictly forbidden from showing it to anyone, even the allies he trusts most. If they become aware of its existence, something he cherishes will be destroyed. This creates a direct conflict for Hibiki. The very connections that give him happiness are now the things he must protect by maintaining a secret. To keep his friends safe, he must now ensure they stay in the dark. The dream ends abruptly. Hibiki wakes up lying on the cold floor of a pitch-black cavern. He is entirely alone in an unfamiliar part of the dungeon. He quickly discovers that his magical reserves are empty. Because he used a high-cost escape skill to survive the trap, he has 0 SP remaining, rendering his system interface and maps completely useless. Heavy footsteps echo through the tunnel as a massive, muscular tiger monster emerges from the shadows. Hibiki is forced to hide behind a boulder, covering his mouth to stay. Deep within an unmapped dungeon floor, Hibiki presses his back against the cold stone. He is isolated,
and his physical energy reserves are entirely exhausted. Because he had to use his escape ability to survive a sudden teleportation trap, his SP, the core stamina required to activate any of his system skills, has run totally dry. He tries to summon his world map to locate his party. Nothing happens. He commands the interface to activate a second time, but the system remains completely silent. Eventually, he gathers just enough SP to trigger a low-cost appraisal skill. The interface window finally snaps open, but instead of relief, Hibiki is met with a terrifying error in his status. His skill registry is devastated. Crucial utilities like copy and paste, along with his sacred beast summoning, have been entirely erased from his profile. Even worse, the inherent tutorial skill is gone. That means Sapo, the support entity that has guided him through every danger he's faced, has disappeared with it. He is now staring out into the dark expanse of a high-level zone, without a guide, without an escape route, and without backup. The deletion of these interfaces strips away his mechanical advantages. Hibiki is forced into a state of raw biological vulnerability, relying solely on his physical body in an environment designed to kill him. His remaining presence detection flares, warning him of immediate danger. He sprints down a narrow passage, only to corner himself in a dead end, while heavy combat echoes from the main cave. Peeking around the rock, he uses his restored appraisal to scan the room. He finds a giant claw tiger with a physical attack power of 385, higher than the boss monster he fought on the 10th floor. The tiger is hammering away at a hydro big turtle. This armored creature boasts an immense physical defense stat of 789. Despite that heavy plating, the sheer force of the feline strikes shatters the shell. With a sickening snap, the tiger rips the turtle's head entirely off its body. The threat goes beyond physical strikes. From the turtle's severed neck, a highly pressurized beam of water erupts outward, obliterating the solid bedrock of the cavern walls. These are just the wandering enemies. Hibiki recognizes immediately that he cannot survive a direct confrontation. In this ecosystem of predators, his only option is to play the role of a scavenger. Once the injured tiger limps away, Hibiki creeps out to harvest the remains. Drawing his knife, he puts the practical survival lessons taught to him by Claude to immediate use. He secures enough food to sustain his body. But as he retreats and the silence of the dead end closes in, his psychological endurance shatters. The terror of isolation hits him all at once. He huddles against the rock, paralyzed by dread. The constant fear of a sudden attack leaves him unable to force his legs to move. Looking back, Hibiki realizes that his courage was never entirely his own. Every time he faced a trial, he drew his strength from the people standing next to him, Lillian, Vene, and Claude. Harvesting meat keeps his body functioning, but it doesn't solve the weight of being truly alone. Without his companions nearby, Hibiki simply loses the will to act. Just as he reaches his breaking point, a light cuts through the dark. The loyalty spirit crest on the back of his hand sparks to life, extending a glowing thread into the air. Hibiki remembers the final ability of his pact. This is the Relation Pass, a magical tether that ignores physical obstacles to communicate location and intent. Through that glowing string, a wave of intense emotion floods into Hibiki's mind. It is Claude, desperate, relieved, and determined to find him. That single point of contact breaks the isolation. Hibiki wipes away his tears, grabs his weapon, and stands back up with renewed determination to march toward the surface. The Relation Pass held when the system interface failed. It provided a connection that the technical registry couldn't erase. Far above in the upper floors, Claude is on his knees, weeping with relief after confirming his master's presence through the tether. Through their connection, Claude senses the exact sequence of terror, anxiety, and loneliness that Hibiki just endured. That trace of fear ignites his protective instincts. Claude wipes his face, snatches up his spear, and sets his sights squarely on the abyss below. Though they cannot exchange words, their intentions align across the cavern floors. They both make a synchronized vow to close the distance and reunite. Hibiki's status window didn't save him here. He is surviving because he has allies who will cross an entire dungeon to ensure he isn't alone.
Separated from his party and trapped inside a massive dungeon, Hibiki is surviving by a thread. He spends his time slowly navigating the dark, rocky caverns, relying entirely on his presence detection skills to stay far away from the monsters lurking in the shadows. Looking at this giant claw tiger, its top-heavy, incredibly muscular frame suggests a slow, lumbering beast. But the moment it spots Hibiki, it launches off the ground with absolute blinding speed. He barely escapes, using specialized evasion abilities, fleet steps and flowing steps, to keep distance from the tiger's terrifying momentum. Over the past 3 days, Hibiki has been meticulously mapping out this unusually fast dungeon floor. As you can see on his hand-drawn layout, he's charting the distinct territories of the 2 main predators here, the tiger and the hydro big turtle. Direct combat with apex predators this fast is out of the question. To survive down here, he has to rely entirely on intelligence and spatial awareness to avoid them. To buy himself some time, Hibiki uses basic lifestyle magic to mold the earth, creating physical barricades in the tunnels and carving out a temporary safe zone. But he's stuck in a geographical stalemate. The stairs leading up aren't anywhere in his safe area. To expand his map and eventually reunite with his party, he has to push through zones where these monsters are constantly wandering. His target, the hydro big turtle. This diagram shows its main threat, a highly pressurized hydro jet attack capable of obliterating a tiger. But it has a vulnerability. After firing, it has a significant cooldown period, creating a brief window for a counterattack. Hibiki realizes he has to fight. Taking on the turtle is a calculated, necessary risk to break the territorial lockdown holding him back. Hibiki spots a resting turtle and sets up a stealth ambush. His plan is straightforward: bypass the impregnable, armored shell entirely by firing an arrow of light directly at its exposed legs. But the execution fails. The arrow misses the target completely, sailing past the shell and cleanly embedding itself into the bedrock behind the beast. The turtle instantly snaps around and unleashes its massive water blast, obliterating the cavern wall. Panicked by how quickly the turtle managed to stretch its neck and retaliate, Hibiki completely aborts the attack and sprints into hiding. Traditional ambush strategies are useless against an enemy equipped with unpredictable defenses and an overwhelming long-range retaliation. Hiding behind the rocks, Hibiki realizes something strange. When his attack failed, the light arrow didn't shatter against the defense like it had against monsters in the past. It remained perfectly intact inside the cavern wall. He uses his appraisal skill on his weapon, bringing up this glowing system window. The stats reveal a crucial detail. The arrow is formed from light spirits, meaning it retains the physical characteristics of actual light. That explains the miss. The wet, glossy curvature of the turtle's shell didn't absorb the blow. It acted like a curved mirror, cleanly reflecting the light arrow away from the target. To test this, he casts a basic lifestyle spell called Aqua Mirror, creating a floating sheet of water. When he fires at it, the arrow violently ricochets off the thin surface and strikes the wall behind him. Even though the water has almost zero physical strength, it perfectly bounces the magical attack. Firing a highly reflective projectile in a closed space is incredibly dangerous to the user. But if he can control the angles of reflection, Hibiki can reverse engineer this weird physical glitch into a chaotic advantage. 2 days later, Hibiki is ready. He stalks another hydro big turtle, carefully luring it into a specific enclosed dome-shaped cavern perfectly suited for his plan. Once it's inside, he triggers a minor rockfall. The sudden cascade from the ceiling aggravates the beast, forcing it to fire its lethal hydrojet straight up and waste its attack. With the beast's primary weapon on cooldown and its body trapped inside the geometric dome, the physical pieces are finally in place for the ultimate counterattack. Hibiki immediately deploys his primary defense, a massive, towering aqua mirror. It acts as a protective shield, and he opens a tiny, precise gap right in the center to shoot his arrows through. Looking at the schematic, Hibiki secretly placed dozens of water mirrors along the dome's walls, surrounding the turtle. He fires his first shot. It bounces off the shell, strikes a mirror, and violently ricochets across the room,
triggering a chaotic chain reaction of bouncing light.
Because his main aqua mirror shield continuously deflects any friendly fire coming back toward him, Hibiki doesn't even need to aim. He rapidly and relentlessly shoots blindly into the enclosed space, flying the cavern with projectiles. Eventually, the math catches up to the beast. The inescapable web of bouncing light beams finally finds the perfect angle, striking the turtle directly in its soft, unarmored neck. Hibiki survived without overpowering the beast. Instead, he analyzed the physics of his own misfired weapon, weaponizing a cavern of mirrors to turn his greatest disadvantage into an inescapable engine of destruction. Down in the lower levels, the cavern erupts into a blinding light show. A massive hydro big turtle is taking severe damage, pinned down by a relentless barrage of magical arrows. Until now, Hibiki has acted as a liability, relying on his party for every tactical movement. But as the beast turns to flee, he kicks off the rocky floor. Despite his terror, he abandons cover to actively pursue the threat. The monster realizes it's cornered. Its throat violently swells, signaling a high-pressure hydro jet beam, a lethal counterattack capable of ending the fight instantly. Hibiki refuses to back down. He draws his bow to its limit and looses a final arrow that strikes the beast directly in the eye. The impact is enough to disrupt the turtle's internal pressure and collapse its attack sequence. The system window confirms the kill, 0 HP. While the victory relied heavily on luck, managing this encounter alone marks a shift in Hibiki's operational limits. He has successfully cleared his immediate sector, allowing him to finally expand his exploration zone. High-stakes combat is immediately followed by basic survival maintenance. Hibiki sets up a small campfire to cook the monster meat, using the meal to restore his depleted energy reserves. He monitors the glowing magical crest on the back of his hand. This relation pass generates an ethereal thread that connects him to Claude. It functions as a passive emotional conduit, letting Hibiki feel that his vanguard is steadily descending toward him.
As the glowing line fades into the rocky ceiling, Hibiki's physical triumph gives way to emotional vulnerability. The distance is vast. His team is pushing through the dungeon's upper threats to reach him. Far above, the rescue party is nearing a breaking point. Claude leads them through a grueling descent. Physical exhaustion is becoming visible on his teammates' faces. Even their rest periods are strained.
Claude's attempt to handle the cooking resulted in a charred, inedible failure, forcing him to leave the rations to Lillian. It's a small but telling blow to morale. This exhaustion is dangerous because the party is missing a critical mechanical asset. Without Hibiki, they lack extra heal magic. Any severe injury sustained now will be a permanent liability that high-grade potions cannot easily fix. Claude is caught in a leadership trap. Every tactical instinct tells him to slow down and rest to avoid a collapse, but his devotion to Hibiki makes him feel every lost second of the descent. This creates a precarious cycle. The Vanguard's absolute focus on saving their healer is the very thing driving them toward a tactical catastrophe before they can even reach the lower floors. The dungeon breaks their focus with a sudden environmental escalation. A coordinated swarm of feral carnival monkeys descends on the camp with high-pitched screeches. The party realizes they are not the only ones being hunted. A hooded girl is stumbling through the tunnel, barely seconds away from being overrun by the pack lunging at her back. Claude moves on instinct. He intercepts the lunge and smashes the beast away in a single motion, calling for Lillian to provide immediate magical support. Lillian unleashes her air shredder spell, using pressurized air to tear through the front line. This clears a path to the back of the swarm, exposing the scarred leader monkey. Claude drives his spear into the alpha with a bone-crushing strike. With the leader eliminated, the swarm's coordination collapses, proving Claude's combat instincts remain intact. Once the threat is neutralized, the stranger pulls back her hood. Her dark brown skin, purple eyes, and pointed ears identify her as a demon, a rare sight in this part of the dungeon. Claude remains focused on their survival. The scent of blood will draw more monsters. He orders the group to move toward the lower floors immediately to avoid a second wave. The demon girl hears their destination and makes a desperate request. She pleads to join their party, claiming she must reach the lowest floor at any cost. Her objective is Terra Dinas, the fabled city at the dungeon's floor. This information permanently shifts the party's focus, turning a simple rescue mission into a plunge into the dungeon's deepest myth.
Welcome to the upper cavern of the dungeon. Here, we see two separate groups crossing paths. Lillian and Claude are searching for their lost ally, while a young, hooded girl reveals she's heading the exact same way, deep down to Terra Dinas. The girl introduces herself as Yuri, a porter, a pure support class tasked with carrying luggage. Yet she insists she has to reach the lowest floor, tightly clenching her fist, acknowledging that a mere porter risking her life seems entirely stupid. Claude's veteran instincts immediately flare up. Yuri is a demon, a race known for naturally gifted bodies and high magical aptitude. So Claude zeroes in on the obvious question: why is someone with those traits working as a lowly porter? And more importantly, what happened to the party she was traveling with? In a lethal dungeon environment, you don't survive by taking people at face value. A lone, non-combatant porter making it this deep into the cavern on her own defies statistical probability. And when something defies the odds down here, it usually points to an active, hidden threat. Yuri practically begs to tag along. She drops to a deep bow, frantically listing out her meager utility: lifestyle magic, camping prep, minor healing, and a willingness to work hard carrying heavy luggage. Instead of welcoming her, Claude violently draws his massive weapon. He steps up to the terrified girl, baring his fangs, demanding to know who ordered this stunt. He treats her entirely as a hostile infiltrator, trying to trap them. This is the reality of veteran dungeoneering. When you encounter a perfectly convenient, helpless person in an actively dangerous zone, you don't offer them a hand. You draw your weapon. Until proven otherwise, a highly improbable coincidence is a trap. Meanwhile, far below, in the dark, uncharted depths of the dungeon, the reality of that lethal environment is playing out. We find Claude's missing ally, Hibiki, frantically sprinting to shake off a pack of massive midnight hounds. He's been separated for days. Because the hounds have incredibly sharp noses, he hasn't been able to stop and sleep, relying entirely on recovery potions to artificially force his exhausted body to keep moving. Hoping for a miracle set of stairs, he turns a corner. Instead of an escape route, he finds a solid rock wall. It's a complete dead end. Hibiki has hit his absolute physiological limit. Energy drinks and healing potions can only delay exhaustion for so long. Without a safe zone to rest, his strategy of constant evasion is mathematically guaranteed to fail. Sitting perfectly at the end of that blocked passage is an ornate wooden box. Hibiki immediately shifts nervously. The last time he opened a dungeon boss reward re-triggered a teleportation trap that caused this entire disaster. Hoping for some cheap potions, he uses his appraisal skill. The system window instantly crushes his hopes. It's a level 20 mimic. It's a dungeon-specific monster that hunts adventurers by disguising itself as a treasure chest. He immediately turns to walk away, but a burst of static echoes from the box. Through the white noise, Hibiki hears fragmented words. It's Sapo, his divine support system, trapped right inside the mimic. The garbled voice instructs him to use a specific technical skill. Trusting his guide, Hibiki holds out his hand and activates Treasure Chest Level 1, bathing the cavern in a bright shine. Hibiki no longer has the option to ignore this hazard. Because Sapo is his only link to the gods, his survival depends entirely on extracting his support system from the mimic's core. The chest violently shakes and bursts open, revealing a cavernous fanged mouth and a dark vortex inside. The monster lunges forward. Hibiki frantically dodges, and the mimic's jaws slam directly into the cavern wall, effortlessly crushing the solid rock. With the beast's mouth hanging wide open, the system voice finally cuts through the static clearly. Sapo delivers a blunt command: fight and subjugate the mimic. Hibiki readies his bow and fires an arrow of light straight into the vortex. But the monster doesn't take a scratch. It simply catches the magical attack in its jaws and swallows it entirely. The mimic weaponizes its spatial manipulation for defense as well as offense. By physically devouring incoming magic through the vortex, the monster makes standard, projectile-based frontal attacks useless. Forced onto the defensive, Hibiki watches the monster. He realizes that while the spatial attack is highly lethal, the execution is incredibly simple. The beast just rushes forward in a straight line and chomps the air, leaving a massive blind spot. He sprints around the charging beast in a swift dodge. Aiming squarely at the unarmored wooden back of the chest, he draws his bow and sinks an arrow directly into its frame, causing the mimic to wail in pain. Chanting, "Fire magic, fire!"
Hibiki unleashes a massive wave of flames, entirely engulfing the wooden chest and burning the monster down to ash. But as the fire hisses out, he stares at the smoldering pile in sheer panic, terrified he just incinerated the system. Down in the uncharted depths, every action has severe consequences. He eliminated the immediate threat, but may have destroyed his connection to the gods. In a high-stakes survival gambit, a tactical victory can easily feel indistinguishable from a total loss.
Hibiki is staring at a massive system window. It isn't a standard update. It's the announcement of an SSS rank technical skill, a tier far beyond anything he's encountered in the dungeon so far. This text block dictates his new ability, Treasure Chest. Its activation condition, subjugate a dungeon mimic. Defeating it unlocks 2 rewards. First, a compressed space inventory holding 4,800 cubic meters of items, frozen in time. Second, a treasure, any existing unowned entity, physical or intangible. These flexible rules allow the system to exploit its own logic. Because a treasure can be anything, Hibiki's first random drop is the recovery of something he had previously lost. This system prompt confirms a level 1 acquisition of status support. His first treasure is Sabo, his direct interface and connection to the divine, gifted back to him by the chief god. Hibiki is immediately flooded with gratitude toward his deity, but the silence from the other side is unsettling. Usually, his patron god would be demanding praise. This lack of a response suggests that something is going wrong on the divine plane. With Sabo back, Hibiki can see the math of his own progression. This list shows that Treasure Chest has a maximum capacity of level 10, meaning he has 9 remaining slots to regain his other lost abilities. The payoff for having his system AI back is instantaneous. Sabo detects an increase in his magic proficiency and immediately unlocks a long-range attack spell, Fireball. Gaining Fireball is more than just an upgrade. It's proof that his lost skills aren't gone forever. For the first time since losing everything, Hibiki has a clear path to start rebuilding his status. That moment of relief ends the second Sapo's presence detection system triggers a blaring warning. Monsters have breached the immediate perimeter. Down the pitch-black cavern, a heavy rhythmic thudding starts to vibrate against the stone walls. The monsters are closing in. Hibiki realizes his position is a death trap. He is standing at the bottom of a dead-end tunnel with no alternate route, meaning he will be completely surrounded as soon as the pack rounds the corner. All his potential for future growth is useless if he cannot survive the next 30 seconds. Amidst the panic, Sapo issues a confusing countermeasure, recommending an immediate update of the medical book skill. Tactically, this is nonsensical. His medical book is only level 1, and opening an infirmary in a narrow tunnel offers no obvious defense. With the footsteps accelerating, Hibiki abandons his own logic. He puts absolute trust in Sapo and screams the command. The system window cascades over his vision, confirming the update and granting him the title Medical Worker. With no physical exit, trusting the system's cryptic architecture becomes his only survival strategy. The feral growls of the midnight hounds erupt from the darkness. The sound of their footfalls is multiplying, signaling that the entire pack is sprinting down the final stretch of the tunnel. With nowhere left to run, Hibiki commands the infirmary to activate. A flash of light washes over the stone, and in its place stands a flat, white, modern door. It looks completely out of place, a mundane piece of architecture equipped with a standard handle and nameplate, embedded directly into the jagged cavern wall. The scene is a direct collision of 2 realities, the lethal, dark cavern of the dungeon, and the sterile, quiet atmosphere of a modern building. With hounds closing in, Hibiki grabs the handle, dives inside, and slams the door. He looks for a barricade, but Sapo issues a different instruction. Instead of moving furniture, he simply has to twist the mundane thumb turn to lock the door. When Hibiki looks through the peephole, he sees the midnight hounds stopping in their tracks. They are wandering the cavern in bewilderment, sniffing at what they see as a solid, empty rock wall. The system has effectively detached this room from the dungeon's layout. By locking the door, the entrance is erased from the outside world, turning the infirmary into a perfectly isolated spatial dimension. Relieved exhale. Hibiki takes a breath and looks at his surroundings. He is sitting on a pristine tile floor next to a stocked medicine cabinet and a privacy curtain. He has successfully manifested a standard Japanese school clinic. In a world defined by monsters and magic, Hibiki's survival now depends on this mundane anchor. He has isolated himself from the dungeon's chaos by forcing a piece of his own world to exist where it shouldn't.
Inside his secured sanctuary, Hibiki is fully rested. He packs his supplies, swings the door open, and steps back out into the dark. He's hoping to find a path back up to his friends. Instead, he finds himself staring down a long, dark set of stairs leading deeper into the dungeon. His divine support system, Sapo, warns him that 4 powerful presences have been detected nearby. Outnumbered and isolated, he makes the entirely sensible decision to turn around and avoid them. But an iron-armored bear is blocking his retreat. His light arrows can't pierce its heavy plating, and he doesn't have the time to deploy his sanctuary. He has only one option. He bolts down the stairs. By making rational choices to stay safe, retreating from unknown presences, and running from an invincible monster, Hibiki is inadvertently forcing himself straight into the most lethal section of the labyrinth. Far above, Claude and his party are violently tearing through the 16th floor. They are highly organized and not wasting any time. Through their magical communication pass, Claude estimates that Hibiki is trapped roughly 3 levels beneath them, likely wandering the 19th floor. This triggers an immediate wave of dread. Dungeons guarantee a boss room every 10 levels, meaning the 20th floor holds a massive, unavoidable threat. Claude is pushing his group to the limit, traveling alongside their newest recruit, a demon girl named Yuri. The party is racing against the clock. Claude needs to force his team downward as quickly as possible, before a completely oblivious Hibiki wanders straight into the floor boss by himself. Integrating Yuri into the team required navigating a very tense start. 2 weeks earlier, Claude was violently interrogating her. To a veteran adventurer, a solo healer appearing in the depths of a dungeon looks exactly like a trap meant to weaken them. The lethal standoff ends abruptly when Claude takes a boot to the face. Veni aggressively steps in to protect the terrified girl and forces Claude to actually listen. Yuri explains her reality. She is a jobless half-demon. When she came of age, the gods assigned her no role. Her status was left completely blank, leading her xenophobic village to exile her. She survives by using basic utility magic taught by her late parents. She descended into the dungeon as a porter, hoping to find an ancient sage at the bottom who might have answers about her existence. Yuri is entirely alone, vulnerable, and cast out by her home. Her desperate situation directly mirrors the isolation of Claude's own separated party, prompting them to lower their weapons and reevaluate their suspicion. To prove she isn't a spy, Yuri initiates a magical contract. She offers her total obedience, agreeing to terms so strict that Claude's party could legally use her as monster bait. Claude is stunned. His paranoia isn't born from malice, but from the horrific betrayal of his former mentor, Anastasia, who conspired against him and tried to take his life. He was forced to kill the person he trusted most. That trauma left him deeply scarred, terrified of letting anyone new watch his back. But seeing Yuri's absolute willingness to surrender her freedom breaks through his defenses. He reaches out and shatters the magic circle, rejecting the slave dynamic and accepting her as an equal. Claude recognizes that healing his own fractured trust is mandatory. A divided party will never survive the descent needed to pull Hibiki out of the depths. Trapped in a dead-end cavern after fleeing the bear, Hibiki finds himself face-to-face with a mimic. While the armored bear was invincible, the mimic relies on predictable, reckless charges, allowing Hibiki to capitalize on the pattern, defeat the beast, and finally secure a reward from the chest. He uses the opportunity to recover his lost world map technical skill. Now he can trace his footsteps and clearly understand his exact geographical location. The map projects into the air and clarifies the stakes. Hibiki has officially reached the 20th floor, the specific depth where the floor's boss room is located. Before he can plan a way out, Sapo issues a new warning. Those 4 heavy presences he ran away from earlier are now coming straight down the stairs toward him. He is entirely trapped. He braces for an attack, only to realize the heavy footsteps belong to humans. It's the Silver Banner, the elite adventuring party he previously saved back in the city of Rowell. Claude's team is still several floors away, but Hibiki is no longer facing the level boss alone. He is now flanked by 4 elite, fully equipped adventurers who already owe him a debt of gratitude. Deep inside a pitch-black dungeon corridor, Hibiki finds himself face-to-face with the Silver Banner, a fully equipped elite adventuring party. The two have met before. Despite their difference in status, Hibiki is actually the person who saved their frontline swordsman, Jade, from dying of severe wounds. Before they can even exchange greetings, a blinding flash of teleportation magic erupts directly beneath the party's heat. The cramped, dark corridor is gone in a heartbeat. The group drops onto a vast, barren plain of jagged rock under a bright, artificial sky. This forced teleportation strips the party of their tactical footing. In an instant, a casual reunion is traded for a high-stakes survival scenario. Rather than looking for the exit, Jade draws his sword and interrogates Hibiki. He's furious that a child managed to reach the 20th floor ahead of his elite party. Hecate, the party's red-haired mage, immediately explodes. She violently scolds Jade for pointing a weapon at an ally. Jade stares as the connection becomes undeniable. This small child is the reason he is alive today. But their squabble is cut short by a sudden, blaring system alarm, signaling a catastrophic threat. Unchecked ego and internal bickering are dangerous vulnerabilities when the environment can drop a lethal boss directly on top of the party. A colossal half-mithril bear teleports directly into the center of the rocky plain, ambushing the distracted party. Hibiki reacts instantly. He triggers an advanced appraisal window to strip away the monster's tactical unknowns. This system window displays the boss's exact stats, revealing it is a level 55 beast specialized in close combat and shielded by magic-resistant bone plating. Based entirely on Hibiki's data, the party leader pivots. He orders Hecate to immediately stop her spells and directs a pure physical assault against the beast's front line. Because Hibiki identified that magic resistance before the first blow was struck, the party avoids a costly tactical error that could have ended the fight right then and there. The Silver Banner Vanguard charges forward, while Hibiki readies his bow to provide support from the rear. Jade executes his highest combat art, slamming his blade into the bear's thickest crating with everything he has. The strike fails. The massive physical recoil reverberates through his sword, shattering Jade's dominant arm and leaving him defenseless. Arrogant self-reliance proves insufficient here. Brute force alone cannot overcome a monster with mathematically superior defensive stats. The bear rears up and shatters the ground beneath its feet, reaching down to crush the helpless Jade. Hibiki halts the party's panicked scramble. With a completely steady hand, he draws back a highly specialized arrow on his bowstring. He releases the bowstring.
A projectile of pure golden light streaks across the battlefield in high-impact, dramatic slow motion. This is the reveal of Hibiki's healing arrow. By bestowing restorative magic onto a light-speed projectile, he removes the delay inherent in traditional spells. Combining long-range archery with instant medical support breaks the standard combat rules, resetting the battle's momentum. Fully healed, Jade catches the bear's next strike with both hands, regaining control of the front line. Turning away with a flushed face, Jade finally forces out a genuine thank you to the boy he had just threatened. Hibiki simply smiles back. He recognizes that the friction is gone and the party is finally synchronized. The Silver Banner moves into their final formation, having replaced their internal friction with a strategy that can actually win.